some stopping, and the woman to do that might just be Irina Rodionova of Australia, who also made an impact yesterday. Abigail Johnson here in the commentary booth to guide you through this one and the next match, the next women's match on centre court between Mihaela Buzarnescu and Jodie Burrage. Here is Madison Brangle, 32 years old, the top seed, current world ranking of number 57, that career high that you can see on the graphic there of 35, achieved in 2015. Yeah, she's a really experienced player, and she really showed that yesterday when she took on the much less experienced but highly promising Brit Sonne Cartel. Got that done in straight sets, Brangle, 6-3, 6-4. She was down a break in the second set and broke straight back to love. So not only has she been physically impressive, but also mentally just staying in the moment and providing tough contests for her opponents. And this woman has as well. Irina Rodionova is loving the grass courts here in Surbiton. She had a smile on her face most of the way through her victory yesterday over Zhang Shui. That was an upset by ranking over the number 8 seed there. Rodionova also 32 years old. And that career high ranking of 116 for her. Has a high ranking currently in doubles, where she's ranked world number 108. And we saw her ability on the back foot when she had a target at the net yesterday. The doubles game has surely helped with that. It gave Zhang Shui all sorts of issues. So this is a woman that can really step up and try and give Brangle some trouble. 2 comprehensive score lines for Irina Rodionova so far here in Surbiton in the main draw. 6-love, 6-2 over Ursula Radwanska, younger sister of former Wimbledon finalist Agnieszka. And then over the number 8 seed yesterday, 6-3, 6-4 was the scoreline over Wang Zhang. Here's Luke Smith in the chair for this first contest of the day. But not the first meeting between this pair. They've actually got quite the ongoing rivalry, these two. They've contested 5 meetings previously. And those 5 meetings have spanned all 3 surfaces: grass courts, hard courts and clay.
2 minutes.
First met almost 10 years ago now in Nottingham at the quarter-final stage on the grass courts, and it was Madison Brangle who was the winner.
Madison Brangle to the left of the chair won the toss and chose to receive.
So Brangle a 6-1, 3-6, 7-5 winner in that Nottingham meeting all those years ago. She then went on to win another 3 straight matches in the rivalry, each of those coming on hard courts. 2 of them at Grand Slam level in the opening rounds of the 2020 US Open and the 2021 Australian Open. Those scorelines pretty comprehensive, but Rodionova did get the first win of the rivalry at the W60 event in Charlottesville last year. That was on clay. And Brangle actually retired with Rodionova 6-5 up, a game from victory in the final set. So almost an outright win there for the Aussie. And she'll be looking forward to seeing what she can do after
30 seconds.
All these years since their first meeting on the lawns. A lot has changed since then, a lot of experience under the belts of both players. Bit of a breeze here in Surbiton, but nothing too drastic. Madison Brangle up against Irina Rodionova. This is their 6th meeting.
Okay. First set, Irina Rodionova to serve. Ready, play. 15 love.
Irina and her older
30
sister
love.
Anastasia, part of a number of tennis playing sisters we've seen on the professional circuit over recent years. Serena and Venus Williams, Karolina and Kristina Pliskova, to name just a couple. Linda and Brenda Fruvertova coming through now as well.
At 40 love. Take a seat, please. Thank you. Let for serve.
That's lovely stuff from Brangle. You'll see the likes of that from her,
40-15.
particularly as Rodionova is going to offer her that target at the net. She knows what a complex and unorthodox player Brangle is, how much variation she possesses. She wants to finish these points quickly.
40-30.
And with that desire to keep the point short, she's just got to be a little bit careful when she comes down to the second serve. Rodionova.
Cuts. Game. Rodionova.
A little bit of relief for Rodionova at the end of that game. Looked like it was going to be comprehensive, but she does wrap up the hold.
First game.
Forces Brangle to play catch-up out here.
Maybe perhaps I missed it. I'm just going on what I see.
It's been 12 years since Rodionova made her Wimbledon debut, the third Grand Slam of the year, the major staged on grass courts. That was in qualifying. Across her career, she's qualified for the main draw a couple of times, most recently in 2019. No, barely.
15 love.
And both these players have shown themselves good movers at the back of the court in the opening stages of the week. So there's that extra little bit of pressure when each of them is in the forecourt to do that bit more with the ball.
$15-all. Out. 30-15.
That's savage. And both players can really crack that backhand down the line. Great with the redirection of shot.
30-40.
How about the forehand as well? Okay. Rodionova sending messages early. That one brings up a break point.
Deuce. Advantage, Rodionova.
Third return winner of the game, but that one a little less intentional. She'll take it though, looking for the early advantage.
Game, Rodionova.
And there it is. It's the breakthrough for the Aussie. Picks up where she left off in her last match.
Rodionova leads 2-0.
Caused Wang Chang all kinds of headaches yesterday. Wang didn't play a bad match. She was just outlasted, continuously forced to play the extra ball. Brangle, who started her match yesterday swiftly, not having the same fortunes this time around. That's neat work from Brangle. The setup was perfect.
Love 15.
We've got two players here that are happy to compete from the forecourt, but it's a different situation when they've been dragged up there as opposed to approaching on their own terms.
She has one here.
Didn't give Rodionova time to find her balance there.
Any balls? So we have 4, right? No, but I replace next change.
First point on the return. Always a big one, particularly after a break of serve.
That's 15-0. $30-15.
We have a lot of great facilities here at the Surbiton Racket and Fitness Club for the event. There isn't Hawkeye at this level, so we have to go with the calls given from the chair. Knife that. You can sense how comfortable she is, Rodionova. Her body language in a match yesterday and so far right now, so relaxed. Keeping it loose. That makes her dangerous.
Out, game, Rodionova.
4 points on the trot. And that's the break of serve backed up for Arina Rodionova. The ideal start for her here on centre court. Brangle opted to receive. Didn't get the breakthrough she was looking for. And now,
think
for the
so.
time being, she's at her opponent's mercy. And when Rodionova is this loose on the court, you know you're in trouble. She's a player where it can swing quite quickly the other way. She actually played another Brit, Katie Swan, in the final round of Wimbledon qualifying last year. She was getting really frustrated, and it did her in a little bit. At this level, each player is so capable that mentality, the headspace, makes so much more difference than who has the better forehand or backhand. So can the top seed get something going here? Madison Brangle looking to get on the board.
$15.
And that's a great start. She's got options, Brangle. And you can expect to see her shifting through them as she tries to work out ways to unsettle Rodionova. She's got to be careful of that backhand line.
15-0.
She takes it so swiftly and so quickly, Rodionova, that you kind of have to do a bit of guesswork there to give yourself a chance to get underneath it.
That's 15,
Forehand
30.
is not bad either. Well, alarm bells might be starting to ring for Brangle here. Needs to put her foot down. Big first serve.
$30. Let for serve. 40-30. Okay, Brangle.
That felt like an essential hold of serve for Madison Brangle.
Rodionova leads 3-1.
Did well to slam the brakes on in her two previous main draw matches here. Rodionova, when she's had the advantage, she hasn't let it slip for the rest of the match. Essential to keep her closer.
$15. $15.
That's how good the return has to be from Brangle. Swift and quick into the body, just taking the angle away from Rodionova a little as she looks to try and dictate. She's had great serving numbers this week, the Aussie.
$15-30.
She's saved 3 of the total of 4 break points that she's faced across both matches. So Brangle could do with giving herself some consecutive chances to get the break back.
Correction. First service. 30 all.
That direction of shot midway through the rally was great work from
30,
Brangle.
40.
Just taking the reins out of Rodionova's hands, and that drop shot wasn't played from an ideal position. A little defensive and desperate. Here's the opportunity on the scoreboard for the top seed. Breakback point. Fended off with confidence.
Yes.
You can look at the final cross-court forehand, but it was the ground stroke up the line that really placed the groundwork and had Brangle rocked back.
Let for serve.
Just rush that, Brangle.
Advantage, Rodionova.
Frustrated with herself. The open court was just too enticing. And it could be a big miss in the wider context of the set.
Fault. Again, Rodionova.
No mercy from the non-seeder.
Rodionova leads 4-1.
And giving Madison Brangle a taste of her own medicine there with the lob. Brangle probably has one of the best lobs on the professional women's tour right now, but we've not seen her bring it out yet today. And that pays testament to how Rodionova has taken this match by the scruff of the neck, and she's looked to dictate from the offset and not give Brangle as much opportunity to change up the patterns of play like she usually would. And like she did so effectively yesterday against Sonai Cartel. Now, Cartel plays with a lot more topspin on her ground strokes than Rodionova, who's sending those balls in pretty flat and quick and mixing it up nicely with the slice as well. So Brangle with a very different matchup on her hands today.
Time. Cut. 15 love. Out.
Struggling with that height, Brangle.
15 all.
But it's not just that, it's the position of Rodionova in the court. She's definitely in her eye line and just applying that extra pressure.
$30-15.
That depth of shot is abundantly necessary right now. Rodionova's made her intentions known. Got to keep her back in the court. Not let her get the ball out in front where she can really connect with the sweet spot.
40-15. At game Brangle.
Stays in touch.
Rodionova leads 4 games 2-2.
That game was particularly key for Brangle. It's just the one break of serve, but 4-1 on the scoreboard did make it feel like more than that. You expected Rodionova to step up and really take a swing at that game. Brangle mixed up the placement of her shots there. Depth cross court, smart second serve into the body, just to make her pay for that early aggression. And she tracked that one quickly, Brangle. Didn't take her eye off it.
Love 15.
We've seen a sprinkling of drop shots from Rodionova now. It's a little bit more predictable. Brangle steadied herself well in advance.
At love 30. Love 40.
Big stuff from Brangle. The previous point for love 30 was one of the first times today we've really seen Brangle actually slice the ball, change up the spin on it. And it saw Rodionova miss cue. Bit of rhythm taken away, triple break back point. And there it is,
Brangle.
Old Faithful. First time we've
New balls,
seen it
please.
today, and she's one of one successful lobs.
Rodionova leads 4 games 2-3.
Unshaken. Madison Brangle back on serve. And that's the mentality that served her well yesterday when she was down a break in that second set. So close to the finish line. Just shrugged her shoulders and broke back to love. Might have been frustrated, but hasn't panicked out here, the American. A reminder that she does have the healthy advantage on the head-to-head. 4 wins overall to Rodionova's 1. It'll be interesting now to see how Rodionova responds to being slowed down.
Out. Love 15. Fifteen. Out, 15-30.
She's got to be careful here, Brangle. She's got the ball on her racket serving. Take those extra couple of breaths, the extra couple of seconds.
But
that's too good from the rackets of the Aussie. Blistering backhand down the line. She's right back on stride, double break point.
(30-40). Game, Rodionova.
So the intention was there from Brangle, but the execution wasn't quite.
Rodionova leads 5-3.
Tried to expose Rodionova's positioning on top of the court, couldn't do so. And it's the Aussie with the opportunity to serve for the set.
Love. Out. 15-all. Let for serve. Out. It was long. 15-30.
She doesn't want to argue at this moment. Rodionova. That just betrays to Brangle that on the inside she's not completely confident, not entirely secure with her position in the match.
Out. 30-all.
But she might be after that shot up the line. Brangle unfortunate there. There can't have been much in that backhand cross court.
$40-30.
Here it is, an opportunity to wrap up the set.
Out. Game first set. Rodionova.
Counter-punching skills on full display there from Rodionova.
6-3.
After she'd imposed herself for much of the set and hit or miss, that bravery eventually paid off. She's one step away from the semi-finals here at this W100 ITF level event for the women. The first grass court event of the season. It's an ATP Challenger event for the men, so it's rare to see the presence of the top seed on the men's side. Andy Murray getting his swing of tournaments on the lawns off to an early start. Now, the quick start to that opener was the key, really, for Irina Rodionova. When she got broken back by Brangle, she was still up on the scoreboard, and she knew that if she could make one big push, the ball was back on her racket and the set was virtually hers, and that's exactly what happened. So it's absolutely essential for Brangle to establish herself right at the beginning of this second set. She does get to start off serving, so has to try and utilize that advantage here.
Second set, Brangle to serve.
That was a good sneak into the net, Brangle, with Rodionova's complete gaze trained on the ball. Got up there nice and quick.
$15-all.
That was lethal.
15-30.
Not just the placement of the return, but the way it curled into Brangle. Had no hope of a clean strike on that.
Let for serve. $15-40.
This is exactly what she didn't want to see, the top seed, and exactly what Irina Rodionova was looking for. Continuation of the momentum she picked up at the back end of the set.
Okay,
And
Rodionova.
she is loving life on this surface.
First game, second set.
Gusty conditions, it has picked up throughout the match. You can see the effects of it. You can probably hear it as well. Tough when you're serving and tough when Rodionova is curling those slices into play. They can drift that bit more. Difficult to time the shot off the back of them. Tactically very aware out here, the Aussie. And if Brangle can't break straight back here, she's going to have a hard time of it for the rest of the encounter. Knows the importance of these next few moments.
Out. Love 15.
Plumb on the paint. Of all the backhands she's
15-0.
taken in that direction throughout the match, that's one of the best for Rodionova. Taking some pressure off the finishing shot. And off the scoreboard as well.
(30-15). Let for serve. All.
Plumb on the line from Brangle this time. That's how good it has to be to put Rodionova away right now. So swift on the back foot. That'll feel good.
30-14.
Not being easy for her to put that ball away from the net in this match, Brangle. So many different factors at play, just distracting her a little. Played it more safe this time around. And gets what could be an essential breakback points.
Game. Brangle.
And there it is, back on serve. How will this affect Rodionova's mood?
One game all.
Big time stuff from the top seed. In conditions that are getting a little tricky out here on centre court.
(15-love). (30-love).
That's too good from Rodionova.
30-15.
This is actually the first time in the match that Brangle's won the opening couple of points on her service game. Rodionova had to find a different way to put the pressure on. She's done so. Statement made with that pass. Couldn't Houdini her way out of that one though.
40-15. Okay, Brangle.
Kept her eye on the ball and the conviction through the shot.
Brangle leads 2-1.
And there's got to be a boost of confidence for the top seed after the last couple of games. It looked bleak when she got broken to open the second set. We know how convincing Rodionova has been with the lead. New situation for her now. And we're racing towards the business end of the tournament now here at the Surbiton Trophy. The winner of this clash in tomorrow's semi-finals will take on the winner of the ongoing match over on court 2 between the number 4 seed Tatjana Maria of Germany and number 7 seed and multiple-time Wimbledon quarter-finalist Coco van der Wey. Now Maria and van der Wey both have WTA titles on grass courts to their name. So we've got some strong competitors here in Surbiton. And that's a well-contested opening set. Van der Wey currently serving to force a tie-break. So that's over on court 2. Women's doubles matches happening across the grounds as well. The top seeds, Alicia Barnett and Sam Murray of Great Britain, just winning their opening set. Rodionova then chasing for the first time this tournament.
Out. 15 love. It was tight. Fifteen all. Thirty 15. Out.
High level, couple of stunning angles in there from both players.
40-15.
Rodionova's kept the first serve percentage nice and high in this game, making it tougher for Brangle to get on top of the rally.
Out game, Rodionova.
And that'll do nicely. Just when Brangle was hoping to seize momentum,
2 games all.
Rodionova snatched those dreams away. Can she build on that?
Love 15. 15-all.
That direction of shot effective from Brangle, showing what she can do when she's able to dictate play. It was a good pattern for her yesterday. It was almost a jailbreak from Brangle. If Rodionova can get the upset here by ranking, then her play at the baseline with Brangle and in the forecourt is going to be a huge factor. She's just robbed her opponent of cheap points out here.
15-40.
She can barely gasp for breath, Brangle. The pressure is constantly being applied. And Rodionova's back swinging. Chance to regain the advantage.
Game, Rodionova.
Oh, that's a painful way for it to come. But she'll snatch it with both hands, Rodionova.
Rodionova leads 3 games 2-2.
Back out in front. Major boost for her that she could respond to potential adversity in that way. This is the first of 2 women's matches on centre court today. British interest in the next as Jodie Burrage, the only Brit left in the women's singles draw, takes on the number 6 seed Mihaela Buzarnescu, who's been ranked in the world's top 30. 2 big top 100 wins for Burrage coming into this next round. And the men take centre stage. What an opportunity for anyone who bought a centre court ticket today. Andy Murray, the top seed, takes on Brandon Nakushima, who comes in off a run to the 3rd round of Roland Garros. That could easily be an ATP 500 level final, that one. So a big 3rd match of the day on centre court, to be followed by the qualifier, very talented qualifier, Otto Virtanen, taking on British wildcard Ryan Penniston, who's had back-to-back huge wins over Adrian Mannarino and fellow Brit Jack Draper. On we go with this one.
Out. 15 love. Oh, it's a breathtaking approach. 30 love.
Fully aware of the importance of the couple of opening points in the game at this stage of the match. She has to keep Brangle's hopes snuffed out.
$30-15. 30 all.
And now you see just how important those opening couple of points were. Gave her the breathing room for that double fault. Or did they? This is a big moment.
Out.
And now it's even bigger.
30-40.
A little bit of agitation bubbling for Rodionova. She was in a secure position, it seemed, at 30 love. Has to try and channel those frustrations now.
Out.
Just made to play
Game
too many
Brangle.
balls there. And Madison Brangle, almost out of nowhere, is back on
3
serve
games
again.
all.
No coincidence that in a couple of rallies there where she pulled out the slice into the Rodionova forehand and backhand, she came out on top.
Love 15.
Straight back on stride. The immediacy is impressive.
Love 30.
And throughout the match, her return has been doing that bit more damage. She's getting the placement on it to immediately put Brangle on the stretch. You could sense it coming. It's been so
Love
tough for her
40.
today. And when you've missed a few, it does become more of a mental battle. That's big, that she could produce a shot like that
15,
that required
40.
such an acute angle and accuracy at that position on the scoreboard. She saved one break point, but the hole could yet be too deep.
Game,
My
Rodionova.
goodness. Outside
Two
edge.
balls, please.
Phenomenal from Rodionova.
Rodionova leads 4 games to 3.
And she is just 2 games away, the unseeded Aussie, from that semi-final lineup.
That way.
Coco Vandeweghe is a full 2 sets away after Tatiana Maria took the opener in a tie-break. So that's the number 4 seed over on court 2, up a set on the former Wimbledon quarter finalist. Elsewhere, Max Purcell and Dennis Kudla are facing off in the quarterfinals in the men's draw. And a couple of doubles pairings on the women's side are looking at playing 2 matches today. A couple of days ago, we had almost a complete washout. And there was a backlog of matches. It was the men's turn to put in a double shift with the doubles yesterday.
Time.
And today it's the women's draw looking to complete the semi-final lineup ahead of confirming the final. So time's running out for Madison Brangle. Rodionova 4-3 in serving. Not much margin for error now. That's great stuff.
Love 15.
The backhand's a more confident side. Rodionova can't afford to be too passive now. Has to keep a sharp mind.
Out. 15 all. $30-15.
It's her willingness to go for her shots, despite the occasional miss, that has consistently given Rodionova the upper hand out here. This surface, slick and fast, it rewards those kinds of moves.
40-15. $40-30. Cuts.
Yeah, you could tell that swayed her concentration from the offset of that point. She was convinced that the return was long from Brangle. Deuce then. And the swirling breeze making things a little interesting out here. My words, what a high-level exchange.
Advantage, Rodionova.
It was a good moment to try the lob from Brangle with this breeze picking up, and what a chop cross court. But Rodionova's ready for it.
Again, Rodionova.
And here she is, just one game away from the final four.
Rodionova leads 5-3.
So much pressure on Madison Brangle's shoulders now. It's not a safe advantage for Rodionova, but it's a big enough gap that she'll feel like she can step up and swing even more on the return here.
Love 15.
Add that to the collection of return winners that she's picked up throughout this one. She's won both more first serve return points and more second serve return points.
15 all.
And that's just been plunging Brangle down on the scoreboard, forcing her to play catch up time and again.
30-15. Cut. 40-15. $40-30.
Half chance here for Rodionova to get right back in the game. And Brangle has clearly and understandably felt that pressure on the scoreboard and from her opponent, who's been looking to attack right from the first ball. That's how precise the delivery
Brangle
has to be right now from the American top seed.
Yes.
Hello again. She has been relentless.
Advantage, Rodionova.
And here stands Irina Rodionova with a match point. Just too good on that occasion. Big from Brangle.
Yes.
Her heart would have been in her mouth here, her tournament on the line. Kept her positioning.
Advantage, Rodionova. Up.
2 match points saved.
Yes.
If she can sneak through this game now, Brangle, it might be the momentum shifter that she needs. Always so much tougher to serve it out, particularly when you've already had chances to get the job done.
Advantage, Brangle. Game, Brangle.
And there it is. She holds from the brink by the skin of her teeth. The top
Rodionova
seed
leads 5-4.
is still alive at the Surbiton Trophy. But now it's on Rodionova's racket. Will it just be a blip on the way to triumph? Mihaela Buzarnescu and Jodie Burrage likely getting ready for potentially coming on to centre within the next few minutes. It's an interesting juncture, this, where it's so close to the finish line, but could equally be going on for another hour or so. All comes down to Rodionova's mentality here and her ability to handle these blustery conditions.
Time.
So it all comes down to this. A player with much experience, but a player who's down on the head-to-head and unseeded at the tournament. Irina Rodionova serving for the upset.
Love 15.
And that just indicates how the situation changes here. Twice she's been a step away from victory. Now it's back to square one, start of the game. Job not done.
Love 30.
Wow. Back-to-back double faults. We've barely seen one from Rodionova so far today. That is going to give Brangle so much hope.
That's 15-30.
Not quite. She worked so hard there, Rodionova pulled pillar to post.
15-40.
But this situation now, less than ideal. Brangle spied her moment. Double break back point.
That's 30-40.
Oh, she survives. You could feel the anxiety in the second serve.
Yes.
But still, she was willing to spread the court behind it. Two big break points saved there. She's back to 2 points away. Not the first of those we've seen from Brangle today.
Advantage, Brangle.
Danger, danger when Rodionova approaches into that backhand wing. That danger's back on the scoreboard. Break back point number 3.
Out. Yes.
And this time,
Game Brangle.
fortune did not favour the Brave. It's
Five
not
game
going
goal.
to hit the mark every time. Unfortunately for Rodionova, the margins were just too slim there. She dug her own hole. She was made to pay for it. Madison Brangle back on serve. 2 match points having been saved.
Love.
And Rodionova needs to at least make her mark in this game now, or things could unravel mentally.
Love. $30-15. Out. 40-15.
Increasing in confidence and being allowed to smack those backhands that she loves so much. Brangle turning the tide here.
Game Brangle.
And there it is, the consolidation of the break back. Madison Brangle, who was twice a
Brangle
point
leads
from
6 games
defeat,
to 5.
is now 1 game from a deciding set. And that's how quickly things can change in this sport. Credit to Brangle for sure. She was given a helping hand out here with the back-to-back double faults from Rodionova when she was serving for the match, but she's had the composure to take advantage. You look at her in any moment of the match, you probably wouldn't have been able to tell her position in it. Huge moments now on centre court. Just minutes ago, Rodionova was serving for her place in the semi-finals. Now she's serving to stay in the second set.
Not up.
Oh, how the tables have
Love
turned.
15.
Madison Brangle increasing in confidence, and that drop shot just shows it. That's unfortunate though for Rodionova. The net cord doing her no favours.
Love 30.
She had to guess in the forecourt there. Brangle on the ascendancy. Dangerous times for the Aussie.
Love 40.
It's a different match now. Incredible the impact of the mentality and how quickly things can swing. It's Madison Brangle with triple break point. That's also triple set point.
15-40.
That's well handled, well committed by Rodionova. Gotta hope that Brangle's okay here. Says she wants a minute here. It's tough grass, the stop-start nature of the game, but
30-40.
it can get really slippy underfoot. 2 set points saved. Can she fend off a third?
Latva serve. Out. Game, second set.
No, she can't.
Brangle.
On both occasions,
7 games
Rodionova
to 5.
found
one
herself
settled.
at the bottom of a hole that was ultimately too deep, and the top seed from an unlikely position, twice a match point down, takes this to a decider.
Do you need anybody? Okay.
Just making sure that she's physically okay here. Brangle, after that nasty little slip at the baseline, could have been worse.
Second set, Brangle 7-5.
What a few minutes here on centre court. Now you can completely understand Rodionova getting a bit tight there when she was serving for the match. She'd had the chances to close. She'd been pegged back. She was forced to think about the situation at hand, and it's been a while since she's reached a semi-final at this level, 100k level on the ITF circuit. To find the last semi-final that she reached at this kind of event, you have to go back a year, back to the grass courts last season in Nottingham, where she reached the final, lost out to Alison van Oekbank, who's still in the singles draw here, and got the victory over Svetlana Pironkova, former Wimbledon semi-finalist, in the semis on that occasion. So it's been a while since Rodionova found herself in a position like this. And so, of course, there will be nerves. Of course, it's not going to be easy to put the lid on it.
Time.
But she has to find a way to keep her focus, because Madison Brangle has proven she's not going down easy. And for the second set in a row, she's serving first.
Final set, Brangle to serve. Thank you. Out. 15 love. 15 all.
She's a different player now, Brangle. Favouring that backhand for good reason.
30-15.
Her first serve percentage has stayed really high throughout this match, around the 80% mark. She's just not won as many points behind it. Because Rodionova has been the quicker to make moves on the whole throughout this contest. That was quality.
(30-40).
That's a sign of the old times for Rodionova. The attacking return up the line has been such a factor for her. She cannot afford to back off. Break point.
Yes. Advantage, Rodionova. Yes.
Deja vu. Exact same return missed. You will often see the opening game of a deciding set extend, both players sensing the importance.
Let for serve. Advantage, Rodionova. Yes.
Starting to have a little less success with those shots that were picking her up so many cheap points throughout the opening set and a half of this encounter. But she's using that chipped forehand to great effect.
Advantage, Rodionova.
And this is where you see the benefit of options. Fourth chance.
Okay, Rodionova.
That'll do nicely.
First game, final set.
For the second set in a row, she breaks to open, but this one feels much more significant after the way the final 10 minutes of the second set played out. Rodionova had led all the way. Great effort from her to put the brakes back on. Wasn't able to back up that break at the beginning of the second set. It's time to rewrite the script here.
Thank you. Thanks.
First serve percentage was dropping at the end of the second set. Needs to find a big couple of first deliveries here.
Fifteen love. Let for serve. Fifteen all.
So many of these service games throughout the match have gone to 15 all, underlining the fighting qualities of both players.
Thirty, 15. Forty, 15.
It's all about who can step up now. Take the match by the scruff of the neck and really deliver. Rodionova looking to secure herself a safety net.
Game, Rodionova.
And she does so in style.
Rodionova leads 2 games to love.
Huge bit of comfort here for the Aussie at the beginning of this deciding set, having been so close to getting the job done already. And Brangle still stretching her leg out. I think it's just caution from her. A little bit of a shock going down the way she did back end of the second set. See if her serve's impacted here.
Love 15.
Even if she's not physically impacted, it's going to make her a little bit more nervous about scampering around the court the way she has been doing.
15 all.
And honestly, just taking a closer look at her here, it doesn't look like she's pushing into that serve the way she has been. Yeah, she is struggling here.
Out. 15-30.
There is extra motivation for her now to finish these points off as quickly as possible.
Brangle's right hip. Thank you.
There we go. You heard it from the umpire's chair. The right hip giving her some grief. Just seeing her stiffen up.
Thirty all.
Once she gets into the rally, she's actually okay, Brangle. She can't move as freely as she did
30.
before. I think with the serve, the back hip, the drive comes from there. It's so crucial. So that's what's really troubling her. Watch her legs. And she's just about hopping up into that delivery. She can't drive through it. And Rodionova will look to take advantage.
Yes.
Bit of a tricky situation for her now as well, aware that her opponent is hampered, but needing to keep her focus. The job isn't done.
Out. Advantage, Rodionova. Yes.
Wasn't a smart return from Rodionova on that occasion, and this is where it can get complicated. You can maybe rush a little bit and try and finish things off just through sheer force as opposed to tactically.
Advantage, Brangle. Okay, Brangle.
Decent kicker out wide there from Brangle. What a survival in her current situation.
Rodionova leads 2-1.
Things deteriorated pretty quickly. And I imagine that someone will be coming out to take a look at Madison Brangle here. Yep, here comes the trainer. So this is just the injury being assessed, and if it's deemed to need some treatment, a medical timeout will be announced. That'll be 3 minutes in length. Big task now for Rodionova to keep her head in the moment. She's still got the break of serve, but she was an inch away from the double break that she would feel would have been enough to secure her the win here. Over on court 2. Oh, court 2. Doubting myself there. Tatjana Maria and Coco Vanderwey have split sets. So number 7 seed Vanderwey bouncing back to take the second over higher ranked Maria. The winner of that clash to take on the winner of this one in tomorrow's singles semi-finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately due to injury, Miss Brangle is retiring.
Oh, that's so tough.
Rodionova. 6-3, 5-7, 2-1.
No, such a great fight back in the second set, but that tumble did cost her. It didn't appear to at the beginning. She handled that well. Brangle got back up, jogged around, looked ready to keep going, but you watched as that hip stiffened up. Just couldn't drive into the serve the way she needed to, and at a breakdown, Irina Rodionova definitely had the upper hand. So not the way you wanted to see it end, but it does come to a conclusion, this first match of the day on centre court. And Irina Rodionova, finalist in Nottingham last year, is into the semi-finals here at the Surbiton Trophy. Will take on the winner of Coco Vandeweghe and Tatjana Maria. But much more still to come here on centre court today. Two men's matches headlined by Andy Murray, the top seed, taking on Brandon Nakushima, the number 5 seed, to close the day on centre court. But we'll have another women's quarter final for you shortly. Mihaela Buzarnescu of Romania to take on Jodie Burrage, representing the UK.
Well, let's just grab a quick word with Irina. Obviously, congratulations, you're through to the semi-final. Obviously, not the way you maybe wanted to get through to the semi-final, to someone you know well, and you played some doubles matches with after the come out with an injury, but still pleased for you to get through to that semi-final.
Yeah, of course, I hope that is alright, and there's one of my best friends on tour, so I'm sure we'll have dinner tonight, and might have a glass of wine or two, and we'll do that, I'm sure. But yeah, thanks for having me to the sport. It's after a couple of half years in the bubble, it's great to have Brown back, and it's a pleasure to play in front of you and to work with my local family, Chris, Sandra, and everyone. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to seeing you on court tomorrow. Amazing, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Irina Rodionova. We've got plenty of matches coming up for you on centre court today for you. Our next match, hopefully in the next 15 minutes or so, we'll have on court for you. So in the meantime, if you do fancy a bite to eat or a drink, we've got the refreshments and the catering tent down the bottom, and lots of action across the venue today here at Surbiton. So thanks so much for joining us. Obviously the sun shines out, so keep yourself hydrated, keep that sun cream on, and I'll be back very shortly with our next match. let you know we'll be getting underway on centre court at 1 o'clock. So you have 10 minutes before you grab a quick refreshment or a quick couple of break. very warm welcome to Surbiton for the Surbiton Trophy this year. As I mentioned, a busy day of action, and that now begins again here on Centre Court. Please, first of all, please welcome your ball group from Hollyfield School. And please welcome your on-court officials and your chair umpire, who is Darren Michaels. First on to court, please welcome Jodie Anna Burrage. And her opponent for this match, Buzarnescu.
Okay, I'll start the first minute.
Welcome back to Centre Court on quarter-finals day at the Surbiton Trophy. We've had one winner already today on Centre Court, not the way she wanted it, via retirement in the third set, but Irina Rodionova had already held match point multiple times in the second, and she got the upset over top seed Madison Brangle. And the final British player in the women's draw will be hoping for an upset. On your screen, it's Mihaela Buzarnescu, the number 6 seed from Romania, and she's taking on Britain's Jodie Burrage. Abigail Johnson in the commentary booth for the second match of the day. 2 semi-finalists confirmed in the women's draw, alongside Rodionova. Coco Vanderweight, the number 7 seed, got it done over 4th seeded Tatiana Maria, who has a grass court WTA title to her name. 6-1 in the deciding set for Vanderweight. That one went down the wire as well. So a couple of 3-setters in the women's draw already today. Here is Buzarnescu, 34 years old, and an ambassador for late bloomers everywhere. She really made her breakthrough just a handful of years ago. She made her Grand Slam main draw debut as a qualifier at the 2017 US Open at 29 years old. And when she was 30, cracked the world's top 30 having had 12 months of great success coming from outside the world's top 350 to attain that ranking. You can see the career high singles ranking is number 20 for her. Just outside the top 100 at the moment is the Romanian. And she will be the next opponent for this woman, Jodie Burrage, recently turned 23 years old. And she's had two incredibly encouraging results in the opening couple of rounds here in Surbiton. Hasn't dropped a set, with victories over the number 3 seed, Julin, 7-6, 6-3, and then a player that many will remember as Katarina Kozlova, 6-4, 6-4 for Burrage in her second round match. So 2 players facing off here who are yet to drop a set in Surbiton. Buzarnescu had straight sets wins over Janina Wickmeyer, former Grand Slam semi-finalist. That was 6-3, 6-3. And Mariam Bolkvadza, that was 7-5, 6 love. So something has to give today. Burrage competing close to home. She's from London, second oldest of 4 children. She's the only girl. Played a lot of sports, different sports with her brothers growing up. But it was because of her mum, Yvonne, that she started playing tennis with her when she was very young. Identified by a regional scout when she was in her late single digits. And then she went away to boarding school, Westhampton, Bournemouth, when she was 11 to pursue her training. Darren Michaels taking Luke Smith's place in the chair for this second match of the day. And lots of people in the stands. Better forecast today than we were seeing earlier in the week. We were assaulted by the rain on Tuesday and Wednesday, but much better now in the latter half of the week. Pretty much back on track with the match schedule. Although Burrage is going to have to play a couple of matches today. She's still in the doubles draw. So when she's finished with this, later on she'll have to contest the doubles semi-final. She's partnering Eden Silva, fellow Brit. Lots of Brits have featured here at the Surbiton Trophy, the grass court season, the first event of that grass court swing here in Surbiton. Great opportunity for them. Burrage in the main draw via a wild card. And that's courtesy of the promise that she's shown over recent years. She had some great showings on the grass last year, was pushing some top players. Lost some brutal 3-setters, but showed that she has the level to go up against the world's best. It was during lockdown in 2020 when she competed in the Battle of the Brits team tennis event at the LTA's National Tennis Centre that she got the win over then world number 14, Johanna Konta. Really gave her an idea of the things that she can do in the sport. So here you go. You can see it's a little bit blustery today. Both players going to have to face a number of factors out here. Buzarnescu of Romania, Burrage of Great Britain, facing off for the first time. Here we go then, the ball starts on the racket of the lefty, Buzarnescu, to get the second match of the day underway on centre court. With this being the first meeting, might just take a few points, a few games for these two to suss each other out. Buzarnescu will have to get Burrage on the stretch on that backhand side. It's the Brits' favoured wing. Comprehensive opening game for the 34-year-old. That'll settle her into this nicely. Has played previously in Surbiton back in 2015, was in a very different position in the rankings and in her career at that point in time. She lost in the second round to Georgina Garcia Perez. She played that event on a protected ranking as well. She's had some injuries to deal with. And Jodie Burrage knows about that as well. You see the ankle supports when she plays. By the time she was 21, she'd had 3 major ankle surgeries. In fact, this run in Surbiton is particularly sweet for Burrage because during her last appearance in 2019, she fell on match point against Vera Lapko, rolled her ankle and was out for a number of months. That was the occasion of her most recent surgery. Looking to make her third semi-final of the year here, Burrage, but it would be her highest level semi-final so far this season. 2 at 25k level, indoors in Glasgow in February, outdoors in Nottingham in April. So taking advantage of an increased calendar of events at home that the LTA is staging across the year, more than doubling the number of international competitions we had here in the UK last time the tour staged a full schedule in 2019. Bit of early danger. Burrage feeling the pressure on the second serve. Buzarnescu looking to pick up where she left off with that bagel set in her second round match. First opportunity. The net cords have tended to fall from that side of the court so far today. Burrage will take that early stages as she's just settling down here. Well fended off, the money shot, the backhand line. Really tricky conditions to be serving in today. The wind picking up, it's not consistent. Capable of some great power. The timing was on point there. You can sense early that Buzarnescu is going to make it tricky. The forehand slice that's already tough to get around is going to be aided by the wind here. It'll twist it that bit more. That's huge. Great movement early on from Buzarnescu, side to side and getting down to meet the ball as well. Looks well and truly warmed up to the lawns in this first week of grass court competition. 4 weeks lead up to the Championships Wimbledon. The main draw of Wimbledon anyway, qualifying will take place in 3 weeks' time. Good start for the Romanian, looking to consolidate this break of serve. Comes into this match off the back of 2 big wins. Burrage, a top 100 scalp of Lin Xu, who's currently ranked world number 99. And then her most recent win, her opponent ranked world number 143, but with a career high of 62, achieved not too long ago. She's got the kind of strikes, Burrage, that a grass court will favour, but Buzarnescu is going to test out her consistency. Blistering. The break has to be consolidated to really make it count, so Burrage knows the importance of digging her heels in right here, and you can see the focus. She might not have found her range early, but she's definitely locked in. Whipped through that. Impressive drive from Buzarnescu. Another chance to put her stamp on this match in ideal fashion right at the starting blocks. And that'll do it. I think the wind helped her out a little bit there, carried the ball into Burrage's racket frame. But she'll take anything she can get. Mihaela Buzarnescu with the ideal start to the second match of the day on centre court. So the winner of this match to take on the winner of the contest currently underway on court 2 in tomorrow's semi-finals. That's unseeded Natalia Stevanovic, who took out Harriet Dart in the first round, taking on the number 2 seed Alison van Uytvanck. Now, the technical defending champion of the Surbiton trophy is Alison Risk, who won the event in 2019, but the last handful of years have been anything but normal, with the pandemic cancelling the grass court season in 2020, and then in 2021 we had back-to-back tournaments at this level in Nottingham instead. And the most recent winner of the ITF event in Nottingham last year was Alison van Uytvanck. So she knows her way around a grass court. And Burrage looking to show that she does too, hoping to get on the board in this next game.
Oh. 15. Out. 15.
Burrage doesn't really think that she's found her best level yet this week in Surbiton. Said her opening match against Julin, she wasn't at her best, but she made use of what she had on the day. Second match was better, but still not her best level. Breaks the way she's been able to compose herself on the court. And that's a big deal for Burrage because she is an emotional player, she'll tell you that. And she's got the game, she's got the groundwork, she's got the ability off the ground. It's about space to produce.
Out.
And she's going to make Burrage work
30.
here, Buzarnescu. Forcing her to take all the little steps around the ball and do the hard work, and she's got to adjust to that wind as well. Testing moments in the match here at 30 all. Pressure point.
Out.
Buzarnescu was running to cover, putting the extra
40.
pressure on. It was a good move into the net from Burrage, immediate behind the backhand that had opened up the court, but that just wasn't the conviction in the final volley. Here's break point for the double break. How's that for counterpunching from Buzarnescu? Really made Burrage step up to win that. She'd even guessed the right way, but too much so. She'd gone past the ball.
Advantage, Burrage. Deuce.
Not about to let go of this game swiftly, Buzarnescu. With the length of it, she'll know that if she can push through here, that could be as good as the first set for her. The longer a game goes on, the more of a momentum setter it becomes, if I can get my words out. And she's pushing for it.
Advantage, Buzarnescu. Deuce. Let for set.
Nice work, just keeping it simple with the different factors at play here.
Advantage, Burrage.
Probably is worth just taking a little bit off the approach, making sure she gets it in the court and is in a good position at the net to finish things off if need be.
Game, Burrage.
Some much needed cheap points on serve there for Jodie Burrage.
Buzarnescu leads 3-1.
While long games can be a momentum setter, they can also be a momentum shifter. So having come through that battle might work to Burrage's advantage. All depends upon whether she can plant herself in this next game from the offset. Buzarnescu looking for first serves.
$15. $30.
Now that approach gave Burrage time to find her footing at the net, but it also gave Buzarnescu time to line up the pass. She's seeing the ball big in these opening stages. You can tell the confidence, the match win she's got behind her.
Let for set. Out. 40 love. Out. Game.
She's got some rhythm going, the Romanian. She's going to be a tough customer today.
Buzarnescu leads 4-1.
Showing why she's seeded here on centre court, the 34-year-old keeping the advantage. And keeping her form on the year going. She's away off her career high at the moment. But she's had some little boosts of late. She qualified for the main draw at Roland Garros less than 2 weeks ago. 3 straight victories in those qualifying rounds, and actually lost her opener to Madison Brangle on that occasion. Picked up a lot of her grass court experience in more recent years after improving her rankings, but only played the one tournament on grass last season, Wimbledon.
Time.
Where she had an unfortunate first round draw in multiple time champion Venus Williams, the 5 Wimbledon singles titles to her name. Made it close, Buzarnescu took it to 3 sets, but it was Venus Williams who came out on top there. And Jodie Burrage made her Wimbledon main draw debut in the singles last season. Lost a tough one to Lauren Davis. She took it hard, but also took it as motivation.
Love 15.
Just giving herself a bit more margin there, Burrage. You can understand why she went back behind on the opening point. Looking for ways to wrong foot Buzarnescu and unsettle the rhythm that she's developed at the baseline.
LTA 15.
Back to back.
Let second serve. LTA 30. Okay, Burrage.
The T serve doing her a lot of favours in that game.
Buzarnescu leads 4-2.
Exhibit A of why her game is such a great fit for this surface. Don't know that any game is a brilliant fit for the conditions today. A little bit dicey for both players, but Buzarnescu looking to hang on to the scoreboard advantage here. Burrage keeping pace now, but she'll hope to make her pay for the slow start. Nothing slow about that start.
Love 15. Out. Love 30.
There's a lot of hope in that ripple of applause from the crowd. You can see the damage that's been done on the scoreboard. Half chance for Burrage.
Out. 15-30. 15-40.
She's finding the timing that she was just lacking slightly at the beginning of this one, Burrage. Here we go. Those big first serves have impacted beyond the game. A chance to get back on serve.
Out. 30-40. Deuce.
Placement on point under pressure. Keeping ahead in the moment, Buzarnescu. Her meteoric rise back across 2017 and 2018, she credited a lot of that to having the right people around her, but also her mentality.
Advantage Burrage.
A little bit more ambitious, the forehand slice on that occasion from Buzarnescu. More reactive than proactive. Third chance for Burrage. The depth was savage.
Deuce.
Rocking Burrage back there. And she might not have the firepower of her opponent, but that doesn't mean she has any less intensity out here. It's high-level competitiveness from the Romanian.
Advantage Burrage. Out. Deuce.
Longest game of the match now, this one. It's beaten Burrage's hold for 1-3.
Advantage Burrage.
And great footwork there from Buzarnescu. You could see her with the little steps right behind the serve, getting ready for the forehand drive. Just textbook opening of the court. Simple but effective.
Advantage, Buzarnescu.
Yeah, that one will sting a little. Not as straightforward as it looks, particularly with the wind situation. But Burrage knows that was doable. Oh, she was nearly very lucky there, Burrage.
New balls, please.
But not quite. So well fought by Mihaela Buzarnescu.
Buzarnescu leads 5 games to 2.
Yeah, she should be pleased with herself there. Burrage was really stepping up to take the game on. 4 or 5 break points saved. Lost track, there were so many, and she comes through. 1 game away from the opening set. Scoreboard pressure is on Burrage here.
Everything good, lads? All right? Yeah. Okay, good. Well done. Time.
So Burrage is back against the wall here, serving to stay in the opening set. Neither of these two had dropped a set coming into this match here in Surbiton. Something has to give.
New balls, yeah.
That's well done. Didn't take her eye off the ball.
$15.
Yeah, it's all about the first strike tennis for Burrage, but she's produced some great play on the back foot this week. And you're never safe going into that backhand unless you've really got her on the stretch.
Let for set. $30. $30.50.
Lands at the last moment. Everyone held their breath there. Pure instincts.
$40.50. Game.
That's a great
Burrage.
hold. Really important for Jodie Burrage. Even if she can't climb further into the set,
Buzarnescu leads 5-3.
it does mean that she would serve first in the second, and she'd hope to take that scoreboard advantage away from Buzarnescu, who will serve for the opener now.
Love.
In the first year where she was really picking up grass court experience, Buzarnescu, she made the semi-finals of the Nature Valley Classic in Birmingham.
Oh.
The
30
Alina
love.
Svitolina, who was then the world number 5 in the quarterfinals, only lost out to Wimbledon champion Petra Kvitova, so she's proven her ability to compete on this surface. She said it's really interesting to play on a surface like grass. Everything's bouncing differently. You've got to watch your footwork, be careful of the running, how you hit the ball, how you coordinate yourself, how you've got to change things up. There's a lot of factors at play.
30-15.
Back-to-back double faults. She'd given herself a safety net, but she has to be careful. Back-to-back double faults were almost the undoing of Irina Rodionova earlier on, who'd had match points in the second set, but then lost that second set, having served for it. That was a big bit of relief for
40.
Buzarnescu. And the double faults just showing how aware she is that Burrage is stepping up, being willing to rip the ball early. She has to increase her own bravery as a result. Set point on serve. That's a great swinging backhand from Burrage. And great attitude as well. She has to be willing to play to win whatever the scoreboard. Full commitment. And it might just pay off big time.
Advantage Burrage.
From set point down to break points up. she was forced into that. Burrage had to scramble. Was at Buzarnescu's mercy in the forecourt. Great work from the Romanian, just keeping her eye on the ball and holding her position with Burrage right in front of her. She's done it again. Near identical pass from Buzarnescu to one we saw earlier in the match off a slice approach from Burrage. That forehand knows how to control and find its mark. Second chance to put the lid on this set.
Game and first set, Buzarnescu.
Missed it by a fraction, and Mihaela
6
Buzarnescu
games
does
to 3.
hang on for the advantage. She should be pleased with the way she handled some tight moments there. One step towards the semi-finals, but still a way to go. And Burrage has to try and take the positives there. She was so close to being right back in it. And she was being rewarded for her willingness to step up and go for her shots. The issue was really just the slow start to the match. It gave Buzarnescu breathing room. It allowed her to get comfortable in the contest, and it did just give her a little bit of space when it came to trying to wrap things up. Always had Burrage chasing that. Over on court number 2 has been Natalia Stevanovic chasing. Alison van Oudtbank takes a 6-love opening set. So the number 2 seed also with a huge step towards the final 4 tomorrow. Singles semi-finals in both the men's and women's draws to be contested tomorrow, and still to be played 2 more matches on centre court. The next one will be a massive draw. The top seed, the 3-time Grand Slam champion Andy Murray, taking on Brandon Nakushima, one of the more promising rising talents in the men's game. Time for Burrage to hit reset and take what she's picked up from the opener.
Love 50. Fifteen. $15.30.
Has to be careful, Burrage, that Buzarnescu doesn't drag her into a game of cat and mouse. If her A game is firing, we saw it was going to be enough to trouble in that opening set.
Out. 30. Out. (40-30).
Statement made.
Deuce.
And now a little bit of space to play with. The back and forth nature of deuce could make things really interesting here.
Out. Advantage, Buzarnescu.
Dangerous times for Burrage. This is the moment where she really needs to step up and apply the scoreboard pressure that Buzarnescu hasn't really faced yet so far this match.
Out. Deuce. Advantage, Buzarnescu. Game. Buzarnescu.
And she'd moved to cover Buzarnescu, and that ball was twisting in front of Burrage. It was not as straightforward a situation as it might have looked. And she's done it again. She's got the quick start in the set. Mentioned her semi-final run in Birmingham a handful of years back during that highly successful 2018 season. That was also the year Buzarnescu picked up her first WTA singles title, and so far only WTA singles title in San Jose. She also reached 2 other WTA level finals. The tournament here at the Surbiton Trophy is a W100 ITF event. That's the highest tier of ITF competition, which is just the stage before players move on to the Women's Tennis Association, the WTA Tour. And Burrage has had some WTA experience over the past couple of years. Made her main draw debut. Has to hit straight back here. Break doesn't count till it's backed up.
Out. 15. Out. 15.
Getting one of those first 2 points is really key, just to keep Buzarnescu out here longer, keep herself in touch.
Fifteen 30. Out. 30.
It's the right intention from Burrage, but the previous return was a better one for her for 15-30. Big into the body means that she can still attack with the intensity that she wants to, but gives her a little bit more margin and makes it tougher for Buzarnescu to get around the ball, particularly with that breeze still picking up. And that's nicely done.
30,
Steady
40.
stuff from Jodie Burrage. Gives her the opportunity to get right back on serve.
Game.
And there
Burrage.
it is. The immediate strike back, potentially the essential strike back.
1 game.
And she should give herself some credit there, the 23-year-old. The attitude was right. Didn't snap. Didn't self-destruct. Now to get those first serves in play.
Love 50.
The next opponent for the winner of this clash is confirmed. Alison van Oitvank with the super quick 6-love 6-3 results over Natalia Stevanovic. So Van Oitvank moving into the semi-finals.
Fifteen.
Oh my goodness. What an angle.
15-30.
And that backhand pretty flat as well. Even if Burrage had been able to cover it, would have been a tough task to get underneath it. She's staying upbeat here, the Romanian.
Thirty. 40-30.
Good signs for Burrage in the face of that scoreboard deficit,
you
that
can
she's
see the
able
mark,
to
it's
step
right on the
up and
corner.
deliver two big first serves. Keep the point short.
Deuce.
Just caught off guard a little there, Burrage, by the flight of that ball.
Advantage, Burrage. Deuce. Fault.
She'd been pushed deep behind the baseline there, Burrage.
Advantage, Buzarnescu.
Difficult position to hit big from in the way that she wanted to. Back under pressure. Buzarnescu with the opportunity to seize back the advantage.
Let's versa. You okay?
Just making sure Buzarnescu's okay. Is she? Oh. Maybe not. It was a fall pretty much just like that we saw from Madison Brangle in the previous encounter, just a couple of points before she managed to close out the second
Ladies
set.
and gentlemen, the physio has been called to court.
And as she sat down immediately, Buzarnescu is either being very carefully precautious or she's felt something go amiss there. And the going back behind shot is so effective because it's difficult to stop-start on the grass, but it can also be brutal. So just waiting for the trainer here. And Burrage has to try and keep her head in the moment, still looking at grappling her way out of this tough service game. But Buzarnescu was immediate in her walk to the chair, definitely sensing that something's not right.
Buzarnescu fell over and she's hurt her leg.
Thank you very much.
Confirmation there from Darren Michaels in the chair. We'll just have to wait this one out. She'll get assessed when the physio comes onto court, potentially a 3-minute medical timeout after that. And particularly early on in the grass season when these courts are pretty fresh, you can see at the baselines they've been worn down, but still a little slippier in the early days.
The physio is coming. I'm not sure it's taking so long.
Andy Murray versus Brangle. After that this evening as well. Also, Virtanen taking on. Also, when you always cover refreshment and a bite to eat, and of course, we're out in the sun all day, so sun cream and keep yourself hydrated as well. So, plenty of action still to come here at the Surbiton Trophy today on 7. So on court 1, court 2, court 3 as well today.
Good moves from Jodie Burrage here. It's a long delay. Doesn't want to go cold, just keeping the blood flowing and trying to keep her head in gear as well. 1-all deuce second set, not an ideal time to be stopped in your tracks, particularly when she's had to save a break point in this game.
It's most unusual. Tom, just checking, we're still waiting for the signal to start. Sure.
Darren, I'll speak to you later, but we are just about to start. Start now.
Copy. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Buzarnescu is now receiving a medical timeout. Okay, so that's the start of the 3 minutes. Obviously something complicated's happened, I'm not quite sure.
So I believe we lost some of you for a moment. A quick recap of what's been going on here on centre court. Jodie Burrage saved a break point with a great off forehand, but it was so good that Buzarnescu turned to track it and slipped and has done some damage to her leg. She immediately went to sit down and then has gone off court for a medical timeout. So we're in some limbo here as Burrage tries to keep her head in the moment and in the game, with a little bit of uncertainty as to when we'll be starting back up again. So it is a waiting game at the moment on centre court. Second match of the day, 2 matches still to come. Play happening across the grounds as well for people who are present at the Surbiton Trophy in person. This event, 1 of 7 that the LTA is staging across the grass court season. This is the first of competition on the lawns. Next week, the tours will head to Nottingham, where it will be another ATP Challenger event for the men, and for the women, it will be a step up onto the WTA circuit, WTA 250 event there. The following week, we'll see the women head to Birmingham, and the men, the ATP Tour, to Queen's Club, and there'll be an ATP Challenger and ITF W100 event staged in Ilkley before Eastbourne hosts the men and the women during the week of Wimbledon qualifying.
1 minute remaining.
It's a short spell, the grass court season, but we pack a fair few tournaments into it. Those are just the tournaments on British shores. There are other events to compete in elsewhere as well.
Absolutely, Darren.
Great, thanks. She's got, well, 45 seconds now, Jodie.
And my stopwatch totally agrees with yours.
Must be a switched one. 30 seconds remaining. She's got 30 seconds left, Jodie.
So the countdown is on.
Guessing there'll be some time for her to get dressed and come back too.
Just a couple more minutes now before hopefully the players are back at the baseline.
Okay, that's treatment complete.
We're on our way back.
Thanks, Tom. They're coming back, Jodie. Time. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Seats quickly, please.
Here she is, Buzarnescu back on court. She's showcasing the wrapping on her left leg there, but back at the baseline, so clearly still thinks she can make a match of this. Burrage serving at deuce.
Advantage, Burrage. Game,
No, I
Burrage.
think she might pull the plug here, Buzarnescu. Maybe. Or is she going to give it a go on serve?
Burrage leads 2-1.
Yeah, she's calling it a day. Oh, that's such a shame.
Ladies and
She was
gentlemen,
a set
due to
up.
injury, Miss Buzarnescu is unable to continue. Game, set, match, Burrage.
And you can imagine that Burrage is genuinely sorry there because she knows what it's like to have injury after injury and be set back. And Buzarnescu's had a time of it as well. Horrible ankle injury at the end of 2018 on court. And you can see emotional there. Wanted to give it another go, but it's such a shame. Couple of slips that have put an end to really promising contests in the early portion of the day here on centre court. But the semi-final lineup is decided. Irina Rodionova will take on Coco Vanderway, and Jodie Burrage will take on Alison van Ooyenvank. That's going to be a challenge, and those matches will be staged tomorrow. We wish Mihaela Buzarnescu all the best. Hope she's back to full fitness as soon as possible. But it's time for the men to take centre stage on centre court. The next match that will be brought to you will feature the top seed of the ATP Challenger event, Andy Murray, taking on number 5 seed Brandon Nakushima. I've been Abigail Johnson, taking you through the opening matches of the day. It'll be Nick Lester to take it from here.
Two semi-finals already this year before you come here. That's the third. Obviously, to get to the final, semi-final on home soil like this last class as well, incredibly special.
Yeah, for sure. There's been a lot of work going on behind the scenes, and my prep coming into this, I haven't won that many matches, so I'm happy to be out here winning a few matches. It's great to be back in the grass. I absolutely love it. It's been my game, and yeah, it's unbelievable playing in front of you guys. It's the home crowd.
We look forward to welcoming back to court tomorrow as well. So let's get up there. Let's get on Tuesday. Let's get up the journey. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next action will be about 10 minutes away here on centre court. So about 10 minutes until our next match on that. 3 o'clock I've just been told, so you've got a bit longer. 25 minutes. So you've got until 3 o'clock if you fancy a bite to eat or a drink. And at 3 o'clock we'll be welcoming onto court for our next match. very warm welcome to Surbiton for the Surbiton Trophy 2022. Pleasure to have your company here with us today. Match 3 here on Centre Court is on the way next. Please welcome to the court your ball crew from Hollyfield School. And please welcome your on-court officials and your chair umpire, who is Timo Janssen. First on to court, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please welcome Brangle Nakushima. And his opponent for this match, two-time Wimbledon champion, Andy Murray.
Well, good afternoon to you from Surbiton once again. Big thanks to Abigail Johnson for her work this morning. And with the ladies' quarter-finals out of the way, we're focusing firmly on the two men's matches upcoming. And Andy Murray, clearly the headline act here all week, having come through a couple of tie breaks yesterday, will take on an altogether stiffer challenge one would expect, in the shape of this man, Brangle Nakushima, the 20-year-old from the United States. My name is Nick Lester. I'll be here with you for the rest of the afternoon. Conditions have got considerably windier in the last half an hour or so. It's a little more overcast, so that is going to have to be considered as these two step out onto court. First meeting, unsurprisingly, between the pair. First time, in fact, Nakushima has ever faced a member of the Big Four professionally in a competitive match. Did spend some time with Novak Djokovic. In fact, spent a week with Novak a couple of years ago prior to the US Open. But in terms of competitive play, this is his first meeting with one of those Elite Four players. Denis Kudla was a winner earlier on today over Max Purcell. Always plays well on the grass. Formerly, of course, made the round of 16 at Wimbledon to Denis. So he'll take on the winner of this one. Jordan Thompson in the bottom half, coming through against Christopher O'Connell as well in that All-Australia contest. So Thompson beat Andy, you may remember, a few years ago at the Queen's. He's into the last four as well. Key for this guy, obviously, to get some matches under his belt. And he's got a couple already. Contrasting ones, I guess you would say. Very clean match on Monday. Taking out, in fairly comfortable fashion, Yuri Rodionova in just under an hour, in fact. But a different sort of contest yesterday against the Dutchman. Heisbrouwer, 6-6. Didn't quite play as smoothly as he was, didn't return quite as well as he had done, but conditions are different here in Surbiton. As he discussed yesterday, these courts are a little unique. They're not, with the greatest of respect, they're fine courts, but they're not so perhaps some of the grass courts that these players are going to see in coming weeks. And the bounce can sometimes not quite be as true, doesn't come up quite as high, and that provides its own set of challenges, and Murray having to adjust to that at times yesterday. A lot of promise, this young man, Brangle Nakushima, ranked 75 in the world. He's just 20 years of age, just off the career high of 62. Had a brilliant season last year Won 45 matches in total last year, all in. Moved from 170 at the start of 2021 all the way up to 63 where he ended the year. Excellent summer, back-to-back finals in Los Cabos and over in Atlanta. That was off the back of qualifying for Wimbledon for the first time. Some good wins over in the States as well. Over that period of time last summer, beat Querrey, Isner, Raonic, three of the biggest servers in the game. Was a good junior, was Nakushima. Peaked at number 3 in the rankings in the junior game. Very good all-round game. When you look at him play, there's nothing massively that stands out, but he's very balanced in terms of what he can do all round. Born and bred over in California in the San Diego area. Christian Groh did a lot of good work, the German coach, with him in his kind of formative years as he was developing his game. Did Christian, a man who's been on and off the tour for a while. Now travelling this week here with the Argentinian coach Eduardo Infantino, who's a veteran of the tour. He's here with Nakushima in Surbiton this week. Timo Jansen is the man in the chair for this one. Once again, tickets all sold out here today, as they were yesterday. Murray obviously being a major draw card. Not often you get to see Andy play at this level anymore. Having played just the one clay court event, only had the one tournament in the space of the last 8 weeks or so, so keen to kind of pack them in. He'll be down in Stuttgart next week as well, and then at Queen's before, I guess he hopes, will be the ideal preparation to have a week off going into Wimbledon. Not been easy to get on the grass either in the last couple of days. Obviously yesterday we had a clear run, but we've had a fair bit of rain around early part of the week, so it's been a little on and off. You've got to try and pick your moments to try and get some time on this surface. I was talking yesterday at length about how pleased he's been with the serve in particular. This week, of course, we have discussed it a few times, that probably being the aspect that he feels has come on the most in the last 12 to 18 months as he looks to really build some trust back in the service motion. Highlighted really by the first couple of rounds here as well. Only lost serve once in the 4 sets he's played. Nakashima's wins here, coming over Mark Andrea Husler of Switzerland. It was a tight one, was down a set, ended up winning the second set break at 12-10 before racing away with the third. His other win coming yesterday over Stefan Kozlov, fellow American, 4-3 to book a meeting with Murray. Really whipping up here this afternoon now. It's got progressively harder as the day has gone on. And that will certainly play its part, one suspects. No rain forecast, thankfully. Weekend might be a little different, but I suspect it's a case of crossing that bridge when we get there. So 2 quarterfinals to come here at Surbiton. It'll be Brandon Nakushima to get this one underway. see how much the ball's holding up. Footwork's going to be a real area of focus for both these players today. 13 wins and 13 defeats this year for the American. Make the third round Roland Garros. First time he's made the third round of a major. Ended up coming up short against Alexander Zverev in a good contest. Getting off to a good start. In fact, he was a top 5 junior in the world. Didn't win a junior major, but looking through his record, he actually won the junior ITF, the grade 1 at Roehampton on the grass. That was back in 2018. Lost in the semi-finals of junior Wimbledon a year later. That was his last year of juniors. Then actually spent a year in college. Played for the University of Virginia for 1 year, did Brandon, before deciding to turn pro. It's a good strike. Only losing 8 points behind his first serve yesterday and just 9 behind the second, so largely dominant behind his own deal. It's a clever pass. Babs will be a little annoyed he didn't get quite the depth off the approach, but oh, that's magnificent. quite brilliant from the American.
15-40.
Playing here at Surbiton for the second time, Murray. First was 18 years ago. So really well under pressure this week is Andy. Consistently found the first serve when he has been break point down. It's a very useful serve on the grass, the one out wide. Let the surface do the work for you. So able to save a couple of break points. He'll be very pleased to have got through that game. Conditions more akin to what we'll see at Eastbourne perhaps in a couple of weeks from now, given the amount of wind these players are experiencing. It gets a little blustery down there on the south coast. A lovely move in, pressured the slice. Coaches over the years as Nakushima. Dusan Vemic, the Serbian, was with him for quite a while. Pat Cash actually had a spell coaching Nakushima as well. Able to find his luck, but again the return was so effective, just diffused the quality of the serve here. Was able to crucially keep the ball below the height of the net to make the approach a more challenging one. So neither player able to capitalise on the openings. Breakpoint saved by both. It's Nakushima. Keeps himself ahead here early stages. Actually the 5th highest ranked player in the world under 21 years of age. Alcaraz, top stat list, Yannick Sinner in there, Holger Oon as well. It's such an impressive last few weeks. Quite a few people talking about Brandon a couple of years ago in terms of his game and the promise that he had. He's actually got a younger brother, Bryce, who's just gained his first ATP point a few weeks ago. Very much from a tennis playing family. Mum actually grew up in Vietnam. Brandon's mother moved to the States as a 5-year-old, father with Japanese ancestry. Ball just seemed to hold up a fraction. Doubles here this week with Alexei Popyrin, lost yesterday to the 3 seeds, Nadovyasev and Qureshi. Good week for Julian Cash and Henry Patton, worth a mention. A couple of really good wins for the Brits who have been playing some good ball at the lower levels. They're in the semi-finals in the men's doubles. Oh, it's a moment of brilliance. Murray changing things up in some style. It's key to play that shot. When you're a little higher up the court, you can see his movement into the baseline, right on the baseline as he struck it. Heavy serve. Well, he tested in both holds, but holds is what he has. Such a promising group of young American players at the top of the game. Of course, Taylor Fritz has had a superb season. Tommy Paul likewise. Seeing good progress from Francis Tiafo, Riley Apelka. Fritz, though, is the one that's been able to kick on this season the most. Just not quite picking the bounce. Didn't quite come up to the level, like the height he was expecting it to. He's a little more old school. The sort of tennis that can be played on this sort of court. Bounce is obviously not quite as high. To Robert Lynch earlier on today, who coaches Dennis Kudler. He was saying how much Dennis kind of likes these sorts of conditions. It's much more uncomfortable at times for players. And there's certain value in the drop shot, as Murray has exploited on numerous occasions. So good hold from Nakushima, who leads 3-2. Strong field assembled here this week in Surbiton, as you would expect at the start of a grass court season. So many players, of course, have so little time to adjust to the grass. It's just a 4 or 5 week period. To get on it and get ahead of the game. pace of the Murray serve doing a lot of the damage. 12 of his opening 17 first serves as the two-time Wimbledon champion. Closes out another game with a fourth ace. One thing he talked about yesterday was how much the serve has come on compared to last summer. In terms of when he was on the grass last year. Actually had a quick look back at some numbers for Murray last season on the grass. The first serve percentage and points won behind the first were significantly lower than they have been in the first two rounds here. Obviously got to factor in the opposition. He played one player outside the top 100 last year on the grass. Oh, he's done very well. Looked like the ball was going to get away from him, but he's been able to control it with it almost behind him. Having to rely on some good defence to keep himself in the rally. Eventually getting the mistake he was looking for. These Slazenger balls do tend to fluff up a little bit, they get a little heavy. It's of course the last game before we open the new ones. slow things down a little. It was such an awkward return, wasn't it? Nakushima had to cope with. Very keen to employ the slice backhand consistently out here. Keep the ball low. Break point for the Brit. One thing we've seen this week in Surbiton with these nets, they're very soft. Does clip it, it's generally going to be a dead net court. We don't need any comeback. For a very aggressive second. He's just overdone it. Fourth chance to break for Murray. The aggression from this man. The return was full of intent. And it's Murray that gets the opening break of the opening set in good style to lead 4-3. Wheel in the crowd there in the white shirt, white jumper, former player himself. He's been part of the LTA coaching setup for many years now. Good start for Murray, serving with new balls. You see how difficult it is. Murray taking his time. Experienced a bit of everything. It was pretty cool when he played on Monday evening. A little damp. Yesterday was much warmer, benign conditions. Now what he faces out here today. There's been a few different elements thrown at him. Doesn't give much away emotionally, Nakushima. Expression really changes, win or lose. It's the forehand that's just breaking down a little too often right now, though.
40-15.
Was overcompensating on that one, having missed long, just trying to smother it a little more. He's using his skills and his variety to good effect again. Any nuances to his game, of course. Still with so much hunger, crucially, to play for the big prizes. Any prizes, in truth. See how much he's been up for the matches this week. It's a good one too. Fortunate maybe to get away with that. First time we've seen some serve and volley from either player. And Nakushima it is that'll force Murray to close out set number 1 here, 5-4. It's been a good set. Murray's level's been high. Just the one break going midway through it. Good conditions today. Not necessarily conducive to in the cleanest ball. Oh, the complete miss hit. Oh, give himself the opportunity though. Dipped to the feet of Murray. That's a lovely feel, lovely finish. He has come in today, he's largely been effective. You could see he knew exactly what he wanted to do. Such good vision. So 2 set points. Oh, was fading away. So first set in the books for Andy Murray here, dipping into his toolbox in impressive fashion. In difficult conditions, he has taken the first. Just the one break, 6-4. Again, serve numbers excellent. First serve points 176%. That's above the season average for him. Just above the season average. Allowing Nakushima the 2 break points. I believe he found the first serve on both of those occasions as well, but it's been his ability to use the slice, keep the ball low, the ball in play crucially. Just unpick Nakushima. That's helped him win that opening set. So a semi-final meeting with Denis Kudla awaits for the winner of this one. So far so good for the top seed. Nakashima's record this season from a set down. Just 1 win and 11 defeats. He has dropped the opening set. That only win coming in fact here in the first round. So Nakashima does grab the opening game. So it'll be interesting to see this man's progress. Still very, very young. Really only had the one kind of full year on tour. Ended last season playing the Next Gen finals in Milan. Starting to come up to the time of year where he's got some points to defend for the first time, but he seems to have a pretty calm head on his shoulders for one so young. More aggression from Nakushima in that point. Trying to get a little more further up the court. Quality. How effective has that shot been this week? On the same side of the court as Nakushima as well. Not easy when you're trying to get your footing. You're suddenly having to move in a semicircle. Wind assisted somewhat, you feel. And just catching the back of the line, it must have been very tight. Always looked like it was going long. You could tell by Murray's body language he wasn't overly concerned. Tough to engage in those sorts of little mini battles with this man. Mark Hilton on the coaching bag this week. Matt Little, his strength and conditioning coach for many, many years, is here as well. I haven't seen Matt around a whole lot. Is Shane, his physio, who's done so much good work with Andy over the last few years. Keep the body in one piece somehow. Straight at the body of Murray, who just couldn't get out of the way of that one. Nakushima with a 2-1 lead. possibility here this week of an all-British final. With Ryan Penniston still going well, he takes on Otto Virtanen later on today, the Finn, who beat Paul Jubb yesterday. I've had the one all-British final at Challenger level this year. That was back in Italy when Jack Draper beat Jay Clark. Once the ball toss, just getting a little too far to his right. Making life a little more difficult on the second. He's not happy. He felt the ball was wide. He's been able to exploit the dimensions of the court really to good effect again, Murray. Again, just the bounce here in Surbiton is not quite as high, so again the drop shot's such a useful tool to dip into. Oh, that's a stunner. One of his sweetest backhands he's played all day. He knew it was coming, didn't he? See his move off the return. Finally played though by the American. That's the end, the wind's coming from behind. Pace to the return from Murray. Nice and clean. Big target. Perfect length. That's well done. And Nakushima continues to lead in the second set. The American up 3-2.
Turn it up now. Sorry. Time.
So just the one break so far in this one. First of a British double header with Ryan Penniston up next.
Up.
Nice and simple. Nakushima having to guess one way or the other.
30 love.
And the first serve proving very effective on 22 of 27 points behind it today. Very much in line with what we've seen this week as a whole.
$30-15. $30.
Fine serve. Just easing a bit of pressure on him. And again, back-to-back aces for Murray.
New boss, please.
Nicely done.
3 games all.
I feel must give him extra confidence to know that he can call on that again as part of his game. I feel as though Murray is going to be a serious contender at Wimbledon this summer if he can just get enough matches over the next 3 weeks. Feels as though physically he's getting there. The game as well has improved as the confidence builds this year on a surface that, as we know, he's very comfortable on. And he's going to be ready, that's for sure. As was Nakushima for that smash.
Net, go sir.
Just a little tougher to pull off from the lower ball. His better slices of the day. Oh, it's classy. A body serve at the return, the height he was looking for. Just a little too much for Murray. He's still got plenty to do here in the quarterfinals of the Surbiton Trophy. Nakushima maintains the lead. A stop-start weekend given the weather forecast as well. It's rather inclement over the next couple of days. It's in many ways the typical start to the summer grass court season. Very clever. The majority of the drop shots have actually come off the forehand side today from Murray. feature of Carlos Alcaraz's game is just how often he uses the forehand for his drop shots. Slightly more unusual to see it that way around.
$15.
It was indecisive, wasn't it? Because they wanted to hit the drop shot. They decided to try and hit through it.
Thank you.
Second successive service game. Murray found himself a 30-all.
$30. Murray.
So another test on serve for Murray. A little bit of frustration, but he's closing on the last four here. Timed his move so well. Was looking for the opportunity. Knew the slice of Nakushima was coming.
Love 15.
It wasn't necessarily going to be a good one.
$15.
Said he is with that, having done so well to keep the ball in play on a couple of occasions.
LTA 15.
He got the pace on the volley, and it was important
Nakashima leads 5 games to
as
4.
Nakashima wins 4 straight points here to keep himself in front. It's a slender lead he has in this second set.
Time.
So Murray serving in the wind here of Surbiton to extend this second set 5-4. Sure, that was a clean catch.
Enough.
Much really was there to try and change direction. Just wonder if he actually caught it a bit late. Didn't necessarily mean to dug up the line. To get a feel for just how much pace Murray generates on those passes cross court. It's so hard. It's dipping so quickly. Nakushima caught going in the wrong direction. He was retreating. The slice from Murray again proving very valuable.
5 games on. Up.
That's such a good point. So much to admire. And Nakushima has done so well.
30 love.
It's not an easy finish after what had gone before it. He lost 3 points on serve in this set as the American.
Love. P15.
To get the return early. Nakushima, deeper part of the court. Working his way back into this game slowly. It's a great strike. He's ripped it. And Nakushima continues to make life very difficult in this second set. The American with a 6-5 lead. Turn 21 until the summer of this year, August, early August. Coming into this week, ranked 75 in the world. Still qualifies to play the next gen finals in at the end of the year, should he wish to do so. That race to Milan. The next gen finals: Alcaraz, Sinner, Un, Musetti, Draper, Lehechka, Seng and Nakushima currently the top 8. Likely one would have thought that we'll see Alcaraz or Sinner play that event. Again, a moment of brilliance. Lovely hands. When he did the shot, Murray, you could see, was on his way. He sensed what was coming, but drop volley was a peach. Win. This is where he can try and take advantage of the second serve. Put more pressure on, and he's done just that. Some meaning to it. It's real purpose.
15-30. All. How
often have we seen this week?
Thank you.
First serve firing just when he needs it the most.
Deuce. Long. I saw long as well.
I want to look at the ball to see if there's any piece of the line that's caught it. Not really evident by the look of his face. Good strike. Too much pace for Nakushima.
Advantage, Murray.
Confidence boosting game if he can come through this one, that's for sure. Opened the racket face a little early, didn't he? And that was the indicator for Nakushima to get his skates on here. He was after it. Didn't have a long enough run. Important weapon to have, the chip return on a grass court. When the ball comes at you a bit lower, especially when you try and take it as early as he is. It's important to build that into your game. And Nakushima still, you've sensed trying to develop that particular shot. A lengthy game. Murray's had a significantly harder test in this second set on serve in particular. Still though yet to be broken. Was able to win 2 tiebreaks yesterday to make the last 8. Inviting, Nakushima just doing it too much. To get around it, wasn't he? The slice from Nakushima quite stinging enough. Murray sensed his moment. And the forehand again was a purposeful one. It's been an outstanding start to the breaker. The former world number 1 here.
Murray.
It's a good strike. Once again, looking to try and dictate with the forehand, and he does so in style.
4-1, Murray.
Nakushima in somewhat of a position of peril right now.
Let for serve.
Well as he served again. One of the key moments today. First serve percentage a touch lower than it has been this week, but you really can't argue with. If you look at the points won overall, 35 of 43 first serve points won. That is excellent. He's dominated the breaker. He had to hang on a little bit towards the end of the second, but quality has shone through. Murray with match points. Andy Murray books his ticket to the last four here in Surbiton. Another good test in very challenging conditions. 20-year-old Brandon Nakushima and a big part to play. Murray, though, ecstatic to be moving through. 6 sets played, 6 sets won so far here this week. Here's how he did it. Good contest. You could see the respect that Murray had for his man at the end of that match. He knows what sort of challenge he presented. I'm sure we'll be seeing a little bit more of Nakushima. To 1 hour and 37 minutes. Murray again failing to lose serve over the course of the hour and a half. 2 break points. Nakushima gives himself a platform to work with for the next few weeks on the grass courts. Not to be for the American today. Maybe getting a word with Andy very shortly, but before that we'll look forward, of course, to Ryan Penniston, the fellow Brit, who will be up again, having had a couple of really nice wins this week. For Ryan, let's hear from Andy.
Yeah, and the tie break was really solid. Not easy conditions out here, it's very blustery, more sort of like old school grass court tennis here, which is nice. I enjoy it, but it's a bit different to Wimbledon and Queens. I mean, in terms of the way the court plays, balls shooting through a little bit more. A lot of the grass courts now, it's a lot quicker here, and there's not that many opportunities to break serve. So I managed to stay strong at the end of that second set when he had some opportunities. And obviously, you mentioned being back here at in the early 2000s, you were last year. A lot's happened in your career since the last time you were here, but this is a great advert for British tennis, isn't it? The fact that fans can get so close here. Yeah, I mean, they've done a brilliant job. Everyone who's involved in the event on. I know it's not always that easy, but I think the third team support usually well. It makes a huge difference to events like this when the crowd comes out, support at the beginning of the event. And we've got a really strong field here this year. A lot of top players. Some of the Brits have had some good wins as well. So it'll be good. It's great to have you here. Best of luck in the semi-finals tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, Andy Murray.
Yeah, warm round of applause for Andy. And as I mentioned, next up for us we'll see Ryan Penniston take on Otto Virtanen. Should be a good one. coming up in about 5 minutes from now.
Let's go away with our next match. Please welcome onto court your ball crew from Hollyfield School. And please welcome your on-court officials and your chair umpire, who is Ben Anderson. First onto court, please welcome Otto Virtanen. And his opponent for this match, Penniston.
Well, welcome back to Surbiton for the last of the day's singles matches here at the Surbiton Trophy. Of course, this is an ATP Challenger level event, $125,000 tournament this week. One of a couple at this level. The other, of course, being over in Italy in Forlì, where they're playing there. A few challenges in that part of the world in the last 6 months. Andy Murray is through, so is Dennis Kudler. That's the top half of the draw. Jordan Thompson as well, the 8th seed, has gone through, beating Christopher O'Connell in the all-Aussie contest. So that leaves us with this unseeded affair at the bottom half, with, of course, Ryan Penniston having had a couple of very good wins this week, taking on the man from Finland, Otto Virtanen. My name is Nick Lester. I'll be here with you for the remainder of the day. Looking forward to this contest. Enjoyed watching this man play yesterday. Haven't seen too much of him, but his ranking at 375. It's been a progressive year for Virtanen, really. Came through qualifying this week, so has had 4 wins already. Beating Tanasi Kokkinakis in the first round of the main draw here. Then Paul Judd yesterday from a set down. Faced some early break points in the second, but didn't play a great first set. Looked rather erratic, but goodness me, when he got it together, he was mightily effective. Very big ball striker. And it will be interesting today to see how he copes with these conditions, where it's going to be a little more challenging. The year as a whole, he's had 21 wins on the season in all. Made the semi-finals of the $15,000 event. In fact, the final, excuse me, the $15,000 event on the hard courts just a couple of weeks ago. Still only 20, so doesn't turn 21 for another couple of weeks. So impressed with Ryan Penniston this year. In fact, last year as well. He has laced it up and got himself out there week in, week out to move the ranking up. And you can see 195 he is. Actually won't move up a whole lot after his run here to the quarters. If he wins this today, he will be moving up, but he's got some points to defend from last year, having won the $15,000 event in the same week. So of course you've always got to factor that in. But 26 years of age, played some tennis over in Memphis at the University of Memphis for a little while, did Ryan. Graduated there. Wasn't a standout college player, certainly wasn't pulling up trees over there, but good solid career. But he has done so well in the last couple of years as Ryan started his season in Australia, just missed out on getting in the qualifying of the Australian Open. Wasn't too far away. Did play the qualies of the French, where he lost to Andre Kuznetsov 2-2. Fairly comfortable defeat to a man who's been at the top of the game despite the injuries that he suffered of late. Challenger-wise,
2 minutes.
Ryan, he's made the one final this year, 3 in all. Yet to win a Challenger, but he's getting closer. Final in Ostrava, where he lost to Evan Furness of France in a very close one, 6-1 in the third. Also made the final in Italia last year and in Prague as well. All 3, interestingly, have come on the clay courts. I think you'll like his chances today against this guy. Certainly someone you feel if you can frustrate him, his mind may well start to wander, especially on a day like today. Got to be very mentally strong out there in these sorts of conditions. Virtanen's got a very big game. His serve is huge. His forehand as well. Doesn't hold back, this guy.
One minute. Ladies and gentlemen, this quarterfinal match will be the best of 3 tiebreak sets. Otto Virtanen won a toss and chose to receive.
So we're almost all set. One more place left in the last 4 here of the Surbiton Trophy. Powerful young man won the Orange Bowl, which is effectively the unofficial Junior World Championships over in Florida, the first ever Finn to do that, back in 2018. Excellent junior career, something that Ryan didn't have necessarily. Everyone, as we know, develops at their own rate. So well to break the top 200. Looking to try and kick on and almost certainly get his wild card into Wimbledon main draw this year. So well deserved, that is.
Alright, has it gone under? Right, okay, can we get a new ball, please?
That he has shown. Blustery here in southwest London today. Just only, of course, about a 10-minute drive from the All England Club. Assuming the A3 is fairly quiet, which isn't always the case.
First set, Ryan Penniston to serve.
Fine win over Manarino at the start of the week. That was followed by a win yesterday over Jack Draper. Jack maybe hampered somewhat by injury, but it was a long contest. Three hours and 3 minutes, in fact, yesterday, the longest match of the week.
Love 15. 15-0.
First lefty he's faced this week as well, which obviously provides a different challenge.
Net for service.
Given a hit from most parts of the court, and that's what Penniston will be trying to get him to do, to try and take some unnecessary risks.
$40-50. Net for service. Game Penniston.
Good serving to start things off.
First game.
Coached by Mark Taylor. He's done a good job adding a new level of professionalism to this man's game. He's been set up.
Otto Virtanen to serve.
Consistently over the 100-mile-an-hour mark on the second serve yesterday was Virtanen.
Love. Love.
It's quick motion. This guy possesses.
Virtanen. 1 game more.
Broken twice yesterday by Paul Jubb. He's only broken 3 times in the 4 matches that he's played here in Surbiton this week.
Love. Love.
Sometimes we saw this yesterday with him. Movement can be a little bit lackluster at times. Looking to test that out.
Game, Penniston.
One caught the line and offered a slightly uncomfortable bounce.
Penniston leads by 2 games.
Penniston now to a 2-1 lead, early stages.
Time.
Move up to a new career high this week after his couple of wins in the main draw.
Love.
334 is the live ranking for Virtanen. Be very close to a place in the top 300 if he can win this afternoon.
$15. $15.30. $30. $40.30.
Fourth ace already for Virtanen. Take the rough with this move, this guy sometimes. He'll ride it out.
Game.
Nothing you can do about that. 15-30.
2 games all.
It's just the sort of weaponry that he has. Won the boys doubles at Junior Wimbledon in 2018, did the 20-year-old.
Love.
Well done. Using the wide serve, the lefty serve to good effect so far.
40 love. $40-15. Game, Penniston.
So good stuff from Ryan Penniston so far.
Penniston leads by 3 games to 2.
Brent's had a great week, looking to build on it again here. 3-2.
Time.
Certainly plenty of promise in this man's game. Still a long way to go, of course, but certainly has the power. Will depend on how he harnesses it.
$50 love.
It's really played a whole lot of challenger level so far. It's a nice early strike. 17 matches in fact
15
in
over.
all, including the 2 wins this week for Virtanen at challenger level. 2 quarterfinals, excuse me. Of course, this one and over in Tampere last year.
$30-15.
He missed the 2 first serves so far. At the fin.
$40-15.
Goodness me, does he hit a big ball? It was a
Virtanen.
low one to try and go after as
3
much as he
games.
did, but powerful figure.
$50 love.
A little ambitious. Having said that, of course, he made the previous one, but ball was very low. Target was so small. Odds against.
$15. Net for service. Net for service.
To be good, when committed and made the spaces he did, covering the backhand.
30-15.
Kept it tight to the line. Played his county tennis for Essex for many years, did Ryan. He was a youngster growing up.
$30.
He's missed it. Just done well. A little short slice put him in good position. Just the wind catching it a touch. And behind him, his coach there in the black jumper. Taylor at the back. The Essex shirt. First break point. That's nice.
Yes.
Got a return of, it's not the highest quality, but you can see him telling himself maybe just to try and use the slice off that return. Sitting for him. Much better discipline from this man.
Advantage Virtanen.
Just relied on his wheels, didn't go for too much. And the drop shot from Penniston was average at best. That's really good. Make the break points impressively.
Yes. Advantage,
It's a
Virtanen.
smash in these conditions, ball moving around so much.
Juice.
He keeps giving his man some opportunities. Be careful. Clutch stuff. I like the way he's playing the break points again. And a bit of serve.
Advantage, Penniston.
That's good depth.
Juice.
What Penniston could do off that ball. He knows as well if he drops anything short that this man will look to try and really make it count. That's the weaponry. This time he did well, having missed one just a couple of moments ago.
Advantage, Penniston.
Did that perfectly.
Juice.
I feel as if Penniston benefited greatly from the domestic competition on here. Of course, I remember watching him play at the Battle of the Brits in the summer of 2020, just halfway through the initial pandemic, and played some great tennis that week. Gave Cam Norrie a really good run for his money. We have just short on a couple of occasions. UK Pro League, of course, has been a benefit as well. events he can play in the summer here too now.
Advantage Virtanen.
Nottingham next week. He'll maybe be hopeful for potentially for an opportunity at Queen's. Got to think he's good for a qualifying wildcard at least, given what he's achieved this year and this week. Oh, that is exquisite. What a finish to perhaps the longest rally of the afternoon. That was gutsy.
Net for service.
The run is becoming ever more extended.
Advantage Penniston.
Another long one. Back himself physically, you feel. 34th point he's played on serve in this set. More than double of his opponent. That's a fine effort, really is.
New balls,
saves the
please.
5 break points in the game.
Penniston leads by 4 games to 3.
And keeps himself ahead in this first set against the young Finn.
Time.
Penniston showing his mettle in the previous game, a game that lasted longer than the previous 6 that we've had. Some new balls for the 20-year-old.
15 love. Love. Virtanen.
Goodness me. So tough to get a rhythm against this guy.
4 games up.
He missed the 3 first serves. That is 10 aces already. And he's only hit 16 first serves in the match. Extraordinary. Penniston attacks the forehand.
15 love.
Virtanen happy just to hang on in the rally.
Love. Love. Game Penniston.
So a love hold from Penniston. Both players enjoying one of those. It's the Brit.
So long?
Leads 5-4.
Time.
So it's time to make its move here. A few seconds serve to work with. 4-5. It's rough. It's not just the pace, it's the accuracy.
15 love. Love.
Oh, goodness. Spins the forehand a touch, he's in big trouble.
Love. Yeah, I saw it land on the line, yeah.
Casual finish.
Virtanen.
And again, he's being completely dominant on his own serve
5
right
game.
now. Just lost 3 points in total behind the serve in his 5 holds. Stark contrast to the man on the other side of the net so far.
Net for service. Net for service.
How many weeks Ryan Penniston played over the course of last year? Played
15.
almost 70 matches in total. 25 weeks of competition Ryan put in. Right up to the end of the year, in the end of his season in Antalya in early December.
Love.
Allowed him to play almost exclusively on the Challenger circuit this year. That's an excellent second.
40 love.
Not a lot of care in that return. A wild one. Penniston will be delighted with
By
that.
6 games to 5.
Question is, can he make some returns to put some pressure on? 6-5.
Time.
So 5th day of action here at the Surbiton Trophy. Been a very good week for the Breds so far.
15 love.
Swing for Paul Judd on his first round, beating Mikhail Kukushkin, former tour winner.
Love.
That's unlucky. First time we've really seen him serve and volley
40
today.
love.
There's been under almost no pressure at all on serve. By my count, that's 15 points in a row that he's won on serve in this first set.
6 games all tiebreak.
Tiebreak will settle it.
One zero, Penniston. Net for service. One up.
Oh, perfect time to change direction. He can go too early. Open up enough court for himself here.
2-1, Penniston.
Quality hit. First point he's won against the Finn serve since midway through the first set. Done really well here. So difficult when you're playing someone who's serving as big as
Penniston.
Virtanen is. Gets so little rhythm to work with. It's not deterred him. Put him off his game.
Net for service. Four-one.
Penniston's got a healthy advantage.
Penniston.
Started his week with a win over Adrian Mannarino, a man who's extremely accomplished on the grass. That was a win to make you sit up and take note. Oh, he's got the dead bounce. Well, the slice coming in very useful.
5-1, Penniston.
Ball didn't come up a whole lot, and Virtanen just wasn't there in time. And the tiebreak being dominated by the Brit here.
6-1, Penniston.
Well, he lost his way. A very lackluster volley. Perhaps indicative of his state of mind. As Ryan Penniston has 5 set points. That's a superb set from the Brit. Didn't have a whole lot to say at times.
Penniston by 7 games to
Had
6.
to just accept it, swallow what came his way, and control what he could control. And he's done just that. He takes it 7 points to 1.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Numbers that will bear out what we're talking about. I mean, look at the serve numbers for Virtanen. First serve maybe just dropped a little bit in terms of percentage in towards the tie break, but goodness me, did Penniston do so well.
Can you go with him, please?
So much of that set spent with him serving for the most part. Able to save the 5 break points, all of them coming in the one game. A big one it was, that 7th game. He hung on, and he's rewarded for it.
Score update, Center Court, first set, Penniston, 7-6, 1 in the break.
Thanks, Ben.
Penniston has entered the toilet.
Virtanen, Penniston. Virtanen enters the bathroom.
That's copied, thank you.
Virtanen exits the bathroom.
Copy, thank you.
Penniston has left the toilet.
Confirmed, thank you.
So both players taking a bathroom break here at the Surbiton Racket and Fitness Club, home of the first of the grass court challenges of the year. Some fine winners here over the years. Joe Walford-Songa, a former champion, Marty Fish as well. Leighton Hewitt played his first ever grass court event on these courts here. It was back in 1998 Leighton graced with his presence in this facility.
Thank you, cheers. Yeah, that's it. With the balls down this side?
Not been interest, I suspect, quite like there has here this week though with Andy Murray's presence. Murray will take on Dennis Kudla of the United States tomorrow in the semi-finals. Winner of this one will take on Jordan Thompson of Australia.
You're that side, and you're serving. Yeah. Time.
Came from a set down yesterday.
Virtanen to serve.
The Otto Virtanen. Going to have to do the same again today.
15 love.
Move up the court.
15 all.
Buoyed by the quality of the return, the depth that had this man retreating didn't let him off.
$30-15. $40-15. Game Virtanen. First game, second
The
set.
second, following the path that this man trod throughout the first. On serve. Play too much, as you would expect for someone so young on this surface. His famous Finnish player in recent years, of course, Jarkko Nieminen, who has his own academy now back in Helsinki. Quality play, Jarkko was. Unbelievable mover. You wouldn't have minded a serve like this man's got, though. Was that kind of the one deficiency in Jarkko's game?
Love 15.
Nice to see Emil Rusevori have a good season. Finn now close to the place in the world's top 50. Leading the way as far as the Finnish group are concerned.
$15. $30-15.
Very well, Penniston again. Just perhaps a
30
little
all.
shy with the footwork on the last ball. Such an industrious player, works so hard as Ryan.
40-30. Team Penniston.
Not so much more than that.
1 game more.
Once again, taking the forehand nice and early up the line. It's going to be the return. He tries to look to use a bit more of the chip. Been rushed too often. That wasn't a million miles away.
$15.
Oh, it was the right shot.
30-15.
Right at the body. Very difficult with the ball as central as that to try and find that angle for a pass. Just rushed it a little. Audacious.
40-50.
Oh,
Game
nice.
Virtanen.
Almost walked through it in the
Balls,
end.
please.
Good pick up.
Virtanen leads by 2 games to 1.
Still yet to have a break in this one. 2-1.
Thank you. Cheers. Time.
Climbing the rankings week by week, really. Such steady progress for a 26-year-old. Spends a lot of his time at the NTC. He is able to be in a really good atmosphere there, as we know, over the last couple of years. So many of the British players feeding off each other's success. And in Roehampton,
Ett for service. love.
Let's give a forehand a good crack. Such a thing that's changed in his game from a couple of years ago. He just have kind of rolled that one back into play before, but now he knows that if he is to keep moving in the right direction ranking-wise, it's got to be a shot he takes on. Oh, that is stunning.
30 love. Love. Game. Penniston.
Dominant again on serve, Ryan Penniston.
2 games all.
2 apiece. Enough on the volley. Give it a little bit of stick to it.
Love.
Wonder to an extent how he's behind in this match, given how effective he's been on serve. That's a great volley. Not easy, but had to get enough purchase on it. Exposing this man's movement, which probably is the one aspect of his game you feel that needs a bit of work. Doesn't get out of the corners as quickly as some. Virtanen. Heavy. There's the danger of just being a little foot deeper in the return position on this surface. Missed it.
That was good.
Oh, goodness me.
Serio.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, I was pretty sure on that one.
That's a tough call. It's a late one as well.
40-15.
Long line as well. It's not like the umpire's near that line. Tough one to swallow.
Game, Virtanen.
Penniston will have to just get on with it, accept it. Just keep going about his business. He's in good shape still in this match as he looks for a semi-final for 3-2.
Time.
So last spot left in the last four. And Penniston going to try and continue to build on what's been a super week so far. Virtanen had a mid-court forehand off the return that he just kind of rolled back into play. A little surprising. Penniston's not going to let him back in if he does that.
$15. $15.30.
That's good. Flat strike. Didn't come up a whole lot. Stayed low.
30.
That's good stuff. Great run. And a lot to do there. And to put the brakes on it, to decelerate here, so crucial.
30-40.
Got there in time. Big moment this. Virtanen with break point. Oh, would you believe it?
Virtanen.
Penniston
Virtanen
just maybe getting a little overexcited. Ball was an awkward one. It was a mistimed return. It had a fair bit of spin to it. Penniston's just rushed it a fraction. Great first volley.
15 love. Net second service.
He's just missed it again.
30 love.
Virtanen putting together a good stretch here.
$30-15.
Missed it. Thought he'd made it, as though he...
$40-30. Reaction balls gets.
This time he does get a call go his way.
The point.
Overall coming from the chair.
40-30.
Unlucky as well. It was a really difficult return for Virtanen to cope with. Little or no pace on it. Convincing, was it? And again, from the position of the court he's in to try and hit it. It's ambitious. Going up the line there is a fairly low percentage strike. Recovery there.
Advantage Virtanen.
Difficult. Anything on the smash over the backhand side. Tough to generate the pace from there. Delicately done. Otto Virtanen, the 20-year-old from Finland who started this week in qualifying. He's about to square things up, you feel, in the last of the day's quarterfinals.
Time.
The Orange Bowl 4 years ago. In Florida, of course, an event that's held towards the end of the year, usually in late November, early December. Been some very prestigious winners of that event.
Love.
Get the legs down to that shot.
30
Two upright. Never looks too phased by a whole lot, does he?
40 love.
Looks as though he'd be very much relying on his own serve to close this second set out.
$40-15. Net for service. Net for service. Game,
well done.
Penniston.
Penniston's still only broken the once out here this
Virtanen
afternoon.
leads by 5-3.
To the early evening now, of course. Virtanen to serve to level things up, though.
Net for service. $15 love. $30 love.
That's good stuff.
40 love.
Three set points.
Game.
Now the serve is formidable, without doubt.
Virtanen, that's 6-3.
He has bounced back impressively. The one break He had to stay patient when he secured it, and he's taken this last quarter-final the distance. Well, not too dissimilar numbers really on serve between set 1 and set 2 for Virtanen. Completely dominant really, just opportunities. Just you can see there Penniston not able to open up a single break point.
Score update, second set, Virtanen.
And we will head into a third set.
Thanks, man.
Virtanen's record of deciding sets this year, 4 and 7 at all levels. Penniston, an impressive 8 and 5. Of course, he's already won 2 this week. Back from a set down on both occasions. This guy's dangerous though.
Time.
Especially on a slightly lower bouncing grass court like this, if he continues to serve as he has done. Serve percentage touching 70 for the match.
Final set, Penniston to serve.
Never made a challenger semi-final as Otto Virtanen, so today I'm going to break new ground.
Love 15.
This is done well.
15-0. $15.30.
That's brilliant. Stayed aggressive to the forehand. Virtanen on the defence again. No doubt the Finn is not as good scrambling as this man. That's where he holds the upper hand. Got to try and keep the 20-year-old on the back foot if possible. He's missed it.
30-40.
Read the little short slice. Came in with a decent approach. I think will still have vented his chances though. break early yesterday in the third. Chance to do the same again. Oh, it's wide.
Virtanen.
First
game, final
surely
set.
need to be as good as that. Hurricane winds out there right now. The effects microphone taking a battering. Virtanen secures the break at the start of this third set. Wonder changes the expression a whole lot. His attitude will remain firmly intact. He's not going to get too down on himself. He'll just wait for an opportunity. Maybe it comes his way. Try and find a way to make some meaningful returns.
Thought it caught some of the line there.
Love.
Aces for Otto Virtanen today. That is a rough second as well. It was 40 deep in the box with pace. Slightly concerned look on the coast of Ryan Penniston's face in the corner there.
Game Virtanen.
Damaging.
Virtanen leads by
dangerous, this guy. He starts to roll through service games as he has done. Amazing numbers on the match as a whole. 5 points lost on the first. Just 7 in total lost on the second serve. Penniston's had all sorts of problems dealing with the delivery of the fin.
The 15th.
Couldn't quite pull it in. Seeing the big puff of chalk. Was it dust, one or the other? Virtanen certainly thinks it was the latter.
Game Penniston. New balls, please. Virtanen leads by 2 games.
Penniston reduces the gap. Virtanen, though, with the benefit of the early break. back-to-back 20-year-olds out here today. Of course, we saw Brandon Nakushima produce a good display. Give Mandy Murray a really good test earlier on. This man got a long way to go in terms of his career, but if he can come through this one, it would be another step forwards. These are the real nonchalance at times.
15.
So casual.
$30 love.
Just couldn't quite chase it down.
40 love.
Just getting so few looks at second serves at the moment. Here's Penniston. 6 of 8 first serves made in this set from the Finn.
Net for 7.
Really putting this man's return under the spotlight.
$40-15. Game Virtanen. Virtanen leads by 3 games to 1.
So racing through another hole. Trying to get this done as well before the rain comes in later this evening. And I certainly hope that they can get the matches in tomorrow. It's a slightly concerning looking forecast for the weekend.
Love 15.
Nicely done. Good depth on the approach.
15-0.
More importantly, able to take time away. You can see where he struck the approach from. To move in.
$30-15. $30-0. 40-30.
Oh, what a pass.
In Penniston.
Wasn't to be denied. With the man coming in.
Virtanen leads by 3
He
games
was
to
right
2.
in his grill, but Penniston still just trailing by the 1 break here in the 3rd.
Time.
First time this event's been played in some 3 years. Dan Evans, in fact, the last player to win the title here. That was back in 2019. So good. He's with such a swagger, this guy. Get the kind of feeling he knows the game pretty easily. A lot of promise.
Love.
Just looking at his year last year. Went from 617 to 368 last season. Some good progress.
30-15.
Won a couple of futures over in Nur Sultan and Astana. That was back in February. And then towards the end of the year, won a 25,000. Still remains the biggest title he's won so far. Again, that was extravagant.
40-15.
It's execution. What you can do about that?
Game Virtanen.
Virtanen
leads
again
by 4 games
the hold,
to 2.
without really being under a whole lot of pressure. Two games away.
$15.
quickly take a set off David Goffin back earlier in the year. Did Virtanen, that was in Davis Cup duty in March.
30 left. $40 love. Game, Penniston.
Focus you feel very much for Virtanen on holding serve, something that's come
Virtanen leads by 4 games.
comfortably for him for the most part in this match. He needs 2 more to book his spot in the semis.
Time.
Can he find a way to get some returns into play here? Time running out after what's been a superb week for Ryan Penniston. Be the first time in a while he's won the opening point.
Lovely team.
He's got a good attitude, the way he carries himself. That's interesting. That's the first time we've seen that today. Oh, that's beautiful. Very proactive off the return. Has to be.
Love 30.
Especially when he gets a look at a second, obviously.
$15.30.
Again, a big second. 106 miles an hour. Penniston will be a touch frustrated. They got racket on ball. He's outfoxed him.
30-0.
Those that are still here, having stuck it out in the cool, cold conditions tonight, doing their best to get behind the Brit. Brilliant. He was a little lucky with the return. Couldn't have worked out any better.
30-40.
First break point of the match. And he's taken it.
Penniston.
That is some effort. Have to admire his persistence. It's been very difficult today.
4 games all.
Service games have gone by where he's literally just been a bystander. But he has made it happen. He gets his first break of this man's serve after 2 hours.
Out. 15.
Now he has to guard against the letdown.
$15. $13.50.
To the backhand side, try as he might.
30-all.
So unable to unload on a couple. Lovely serve, took the pace off it. For the placement,
40-30.
Use the court. That's so good.
In Penniston.
And Ryan Penniston wins back-to-back games. One more. We'll see him into the last 4
Penniston
here in
leads by 5
Surbiton.
games to 4.
Superb effort in every way. Just had to be patient in this third set in particular. Being broken right at the start of it. That's the benefit, I guess, of losing your serve early. If you are going to lose it, you're going to have a little bit of time just to work your way back in. 4-5.
$15 love.
It's a good hit. Really committed to the two-hander.
15-all. $30-15.
Again, a second serve over 100 miles an hour. It's been averaging around that number. 106 miles an hour again, that second. Right into the body. Not a lot you can do about that.
$40-15. Net for service. Game, Virtanen.
Was lethal. But
5 games old.
It's back to doing what he does best. Of course, yesterday for Ryan Penniston to get the better of Jack Draper. Physically testing one that was. If he can trade forehand cross into the backhand wing of Virtanen, since he's going to win that exchange more often than not. Oh, it's quality. Love the court position again. Movement off the ball to get up and take it as early as he did was outstanding.
$40 love. Game Penniston.
Superb hold.
Penniston leads by 6 games.
Put the pressure back on the 20-year-old. 6-5 Penniston leads. Just having a look at their respective records in deciding set tiebreaks in their careers. And Penniston, according to my numbers, 6-0 in deciding set breakers in his career so far. That's spanning 5 years. Some record if that's the case. Virtanen 4-3.
Time.
Still one game to go to get there.
$15 love.
Bang on 2 hours. These two have been out here. That's very nice. Thinking.
30 love.
Both this afternoon's matches we've seen how effective the drop shot has been. Especially when played acutely. Very tough, the ball just not getting up.
$40 love. Game. Virtanen.
So it will be a final set breaker to separate these two.
6 games all. Tiebreak.
Second of the season for Penniston. First way back in January. It's beaten Manarino and Draper both 6-4 in the third in the last couple of days.
One zero. Penniston.
I'm not sure. It's very close.
Such a good point up till then.
1-0.
The movement of the ball in the wind maybe just disturbing Penniston a touch. He just plant the feet a little early. Playing the point the right way though, you feel.
Two-one. Virtanen.
Ace of the day. The world number 376. Great pass. Penniston again being a little more proactive. Was this just a little bit shy of quality?
Virtanen.
The approach? Maybe, but still had something to do. Oh, he's got him again. Two stunners.
4-1, Virtanen.
Off both wings. He's answered the call in some style. Not done yet.
4-2, Virtanen.
So many matches over the last 12 months. This guy's so match tight. Wasn't able to win a round in qualifying at the French Open, lost in the first round, so had a good 10 days or so of preparation on the grass coming into this week. Would you believe it?
4-3.
Virtanen losing both points on serve. To give this tiebreaker a very different complexion. Quality. Again, committed to the backhand cross and was quick to recover his position.
5-4, Penniston.
What a match this has been. And Penniston a couple of points away from the fourth semi-final at this level of his career.
Six-5.
Delivers with
Virtanen.
a devastating first serve. Sees the fin to match point. The return was a little short, wasn't it? It was a little tentative.
6-0.
To put it mildly. Penniston was far from it. Oh no. 77 mile an hour second serve.
Virtanen.
Wonder if the change of ends has played a part in that as well. And the wind and from the different end. Another match point.
Game, set, match, Virtanen.
It's a first challenger level semi-final for Otto Virtanen of Finland. The 20-year-old comes through an epic tussle. Lots to admire. It'll be tough for Ryan Penniston to take. He's had a great week though. He'll be on to Nottingham. This man is on to Saturday's semi-finals. Fitting that the serve it was that finished the job. A weapon that has really worked so well for him today. Look at the first serve points, 185%. And the second isn't too bad either. Penniston can be proud of his efforts, but I'm sure that's going to be a tough one to take tonight. Virtanen is through to the semi-finals where he will take on Jordan Thompson tomorrow. 2 hours and 12 minutes. That was a good one. I think we can hear from the winner.
Yeah, I mean, really well. Really well. Thanks to everyone who came today. Here, I mean, I post every day this week. So, yeah, thanks to you guys.
Well, thank you very much for all of you coming today. If you're joining us again tomorrow, we look forward to seeing you then. Action underway from 11 o'clock here. All right, have a safe journey home, and we'll see you tomorrow if you're joining us then. Thank you.